Council at 6:13. Would you please all stand and join with me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda is the agenda. Councilor Nodal.
President Wright, I move that we amend and adopt our agenda as follows. Note additional documents for agenda item 5.01, compensation hearing for Champlain Parkway per Susan Molzon. Note revised version of agenda item 5.03, resolution March 5th, 2019, annual city meeting, charter changes to strengthen and restructure downtown improvement district. Charter change committee per city attorney's office. So there's a revised version of that. Okay. Note written material for agenda item 5.06, resolution ratification of tentative agreement and authorization to execute collective bargaining agreement between the City of Burlington and ASME for the period starting July 1st, 2018 and ending June 30th, 2022. Board of Finance per City Attorney's Office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Busher. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the agenda as amended by Councilor Nodal, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have our agenda. We now will bounce ahead on the agenda to item 5.01, which is a compensation hearing on the Champlain Parkway. The City Council is holding this compensation hearing to determine the compensation to which the affected owners of the property interests acquired in the Council's June 6, 2018 necessity order are entitled. The purpose is to determine damages which the law defines as the value for most reasonable use of the property or right in the property and of the business on the property, and the direct and proximate decrease in the value of the remaining property or right in the property and the business on the property. The added value, if any, to the remaining property or right in the property, which accrues directly to the owner of the property as a result of the taking or use as distinguished from the general public benefit, shall be considered in the determination of damages. With that, we will hear from the city, and I think we are also hearing from VTrans. Is that correct? Yeah, correct. Okay, so Norm Baldwin will kick this off for us.
Yes, so thank you. That's all right.
And I'm sorry, Norm, can you make sure you use the microphone?
Yes, sorry.
Probably need to pull a little closer than that.
Okay. So, thank you, Mayor and members of Council, for allowing me the opportunity to represent the Champlain Parkway at this compensation hearing. With us tonight is the city team, Chapin Spencer, Director of Public Works, Susan Molzon, Champlain Parkway Municipal Project Manager, Richard Hessler, Assistant City Attorney, and supporting legal counsel from Duck Hill Saunders, Jonathan Rose. Included in that team is our civil engineering team, Dale Galzakowski. Jim is here, Jim Shields. And then represented from VTrans, Phil Carter, is right here. So what you should have received in the packet is a number of communication from myself, but also, and Phil, as well as a number of exhibits, 1 through 9, just to confirm that you received that. The communication that you received from both Phil and I has been updated and was posted today, December 17th, 2018, so you should have that in hand as well. I guess what I want to do is to go through the process of the method, I guess how this all fits with necessity itself. So, as you're aware, this past summer, the council made a necessity determination that established what properties would be taken and what property rights would be necessary to complete the project. And in that, as that has advanced, we've also had many conversations with members of the public who have property rights taken or interested parties. In doing so, that list has shrunk significantly from 12 in the summer to now, really up until today, of only 2 two, maybe really kind of three. Two being, I can go through each individual one. I think that's important for the opportunity of the members of the public to respond to our evaluation. Parcel 224 was listed in the memo. I found out as of the moment I arrived that the property owners Donald Lee and Julianne LaFontaine had signed the agreement, so that is dropped out of the communication. Parcels, page 4 of my document, parcel 610, Group 5 Investments LLC is continuing to be listed. You'll see in your communications the maps that go with these necessities described. I'm trying to find that property. You should see this 614, so 610. It's a Group 5 Investment LLC, 500 Pine Street. Our temporary rights we're seeking is 1,853 square feet, and it's largely along their western portion of the parcel for a construction fence and a road sediment fence, as well as some driveway takings, temporary takings for purpose of temporary construction or establishing limits of the construction process with JD. So that's parcel 610, and valuation calls for total value of $300. With that, I pass it back to the council to offer the property owners opportunity to speak if they're here.
Are there affected property owners who would like to speak?
Yes, so council has suggested that if there are no takers from the members of the public, that we go further to evaluate, explain to the council the method of evaluation of the properties. So if there's no,
And it does not appear that we have, one more time, any affected property owner who would like to speak to the council? It appears there is none.
so Phil, can you come up?
And just identify yourself for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Phil Carter. I work with the V-Trans right-of-way office, and I was asked here this evening to explain the waiver valuations, which we used for many of the parcels on this project. When there is a minimal impact to a property where there's no taking of land or where there's no disruption to any of the commercial activities, Federal Highway Administration allows us to do what they call a waiver valuation, which is where we waive the requirement for a full appraisal report. And in these cases, we find that we use the grand list assessments to come up with our factors for value per square foot. And when those values based on the grand list are smaller than the fee taking, then we use this method to come up with a just compensation to the property owners. In the case of Group 5 investment, these are only temporary easements. One of the easements is for erosion control around a drop inlet. There's another easement for what we call project demarcation fence, which is a fancy way of saying flagging, and it's just to mark the limits of construction. And then there's an easement to construct the drive and to match its taper to the new pavement. So those, all of those were considered to have nominal value, so they were assigned a value of $300 in total.
Councilor Busher?
So I must admit, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to have Norm or somebody tell me the parcels again that were no longer relevant. But is parcel 51F and 51G relevant? Because I have a question to ask the person who's assessed or determined the compensation.
VTR has signed and executed those agreements.
I'm sorry, what?
Vermont Rail,
Yes,
has signed those agreements, no longer it's a need for
there's
further
no longer,
conversation about
okay,
compensation.
okay. Because I was going to try to figure out the difference between temporary and permanent easement, and that
That
determination.
particular location had permanent easements, yeah,
Okay.
but that's been signed and executed.
Okay. And then there are a couple of them that talk about, as far as compensation, there are a couple of them that talk about, and you sort of referenced it, a drive. And it sort of, well, I don't know. It suggests, I don't know what that really means, whether that is a road that's going to be taken away, or I didn't really understand that.
No, that's an existing driveway, which when the pavement is done on Pine Street, the new pavement will need to match the elevation of the existing driveway. So we come onto the property owner's property under their drive far enough in that we can get a good taper and match the pavement up. So there's no taking of anything. It's just we have to come across the right-of-way line onto their property to perform that work. And so their drive will have a nice transition into the new pavement.
Okay, that helps clarify this for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Busher. Any questions from the council? Councilor Mason?
Thank you, President Wright. Norm, can I just ask you to sort of speak? It's my understanding there's, of the three, sort of what I understand the process is that V-Trans has sort of been engaged in the reach out. I think it would be helpful for the council to know whether there's been pushback or lack of response, or because these seem to me like these are very temporary. We're talking hundreds of dollars here, so I'm just curious if there's been pushback in the sense of not enough, or if often happens no one responds.
I think it's more of a case of no one's directly responding, or in one case, there is diffuse decision-making, and a larger organization has to go back to the main office. And so we encountered that with dealer.com, but they're agreeable and supportive of the project, as I understand it.
So what I hear is at least of the three remaining, one is agreed in principle, we just don't have a signed document, and the other two, we've been sending what's required by statute, but we simply have not received a response from the property owner. Thank you.
But do we still act on all three of them tonight, though?
Yes.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Councilor Busher?
Sorry, one more question. In one of these scenarios, there was a removal of some foliage and trees, etc. Is there compensation for that?
Yes, if we find that if it's on the owner's property, it's compensable. If it's in the city's right-of-way, it's not necessarily compensable, though we often do assign the value to that, especially if it's something that's been established. It's got a lot of sentimental value. We certainly take that into consideration during the valuation.
Okay, all right. The process point, once you determine the value, have you already talked to all of the property owners about what you're going to offer?
We have made offers, and we've sent out a package with maps and explanations of easements. Some of these we didn't get a response, so we don't have an opportunity to really explain other than what we presented in our documentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Busher. Anyone else? Any other questions? Do you have anything else to add, either Norm or V-Trans?
Yes, I'd like to actually go through the balance of those two other parcels, if I could, if that's all right with you.
Yep, proceed.
Okay, so we just discussed 610. We are now moving on to 614, which is dealer.com property. There's a long list of various easements that are being requested. They're all either construction fence, they're all temporary in nature, either construction fence or driveway construction easements, but nothing worth reading long list from that. But the value of that Dealer.com is here. You want to represent? Yeah.
And once again, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jesse Paul. I'm the Senior Manager of Facilities at Dealer.com. And right now, our legal team is still just trying to work through the last details, and the only hang-up is just the final end date. So we're working on switching that to 2022 instead of 2021. But we are fully in support of this project.
Thank you. Any questions?
Any other questions?
I think we're all set. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Welcome. Thank you.
Anything additional on that property, or we go to the final one?
Unless there's questions from council.
I think we're all set.
Okay. So then the last one to consider is parcel 628, which is owned by Overlake Park at 257 Pine Street. There are 2 driveway easements, and then the valuation for that is $250. I don't know if there's anyone here from Overlake.
Anyone here from Overlake Park LLC that would like to speak to this? Appears not.
Okay. Any questions for?
Any questions on this one from the council? Or anything further from V-Trans?
This is a similar situation as before. These are just nominal values. We're requesting 2 drive easements, as mentioned before, to transition the pavement, and that's all that's required from this property.
All right, thank you. Okay, so again, no takers on any comments from the public in regard to from Overlake. So I think we are, with that, I think are we ready for a motion, since the 3 have been laid out and opportunities have been allowed for the public for the affected owners to speak? We're ready for motion. Councilor Jang?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Please. Thank you. Thank you guys for being here. And my question is basically around the process of sending them the materials. And I was just wondering if in the past you had any type of communication with them.
Yes, we have. We made offers and sent packages, and we didn't get a response. I attempted to follow up with phone calls and didn't have any response. These are such small impacts that's not uncommon.
So it's not a problem about them not receiving the packages?
We do have those receipts. They were sent certified mail, so we know that they have been made an offer and have been made aware of the project.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Anyone else? Hearing none. So I think that we are ready now to close. I will now close the necessity public hearing. The compensation hearing, excuse me. And I will go look for a motion from Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Wright. I'd actually direct staff, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare a draft decision determining compensation for our consideration at our January 7, 2019 meeting.
Motion has been made by Councilor Mason and seconded by Councilor Busher. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So I think that we are all set with that, right? We now are ready for the next action in January. Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. And I think that so we are going to recess the regular city council meeting until 7 o'clock. want to? We are going to reconvene the regular city council meeting. And we are going to actually then recess the regular city council meeting. Oh, I need Councilor Dean. And we are going to recess the regular city council meeting in order to convene the Liquor Control Commission meeting. And first item on the agenda for the commission hearing is the agenda. Commissioner Dean?
I would need just a couple of minutes if I could, President Wright.
Okay.
I'm a little bit behind.
National Security Council. Fred.
Yep, getting there. Okay. Commissioner Wright, I move to adopt our agenda.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Dean, seconded by Commissioner Roof. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adopting the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have our agenda. Item number 2 is the consent agenda. Commissioner Dean.
Yes, I'd like to move that we adopt the consent agenda, taking the actions as indicated.
Moved and seconded by Commissioner Roof. Again, any discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda and taking the actions indicated, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Item number 2.02 is an outside consumption permit expansion.
That's part of the consent agenda,
Oh,
Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
3.01.
I have not moved ahead to the deliberative. Deliberative is item 3.01, a first-class restaurant bar liquor license application for Georgia Rose. Commissioner Dean.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I would move approval of the 2018-2019 first-class restaurant bar liquor license application for Georgia Rose LLC, doing business as Burlington Paint and Sip Studio, 29 Church Street, with the following conditions: contingent upon fire marshal approval and all standard conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Dean. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have unanimously passed that liquor license application. Item 3.02 is a second-class store liquor license application from Aviation Deli Group. Commissioner Dean.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. I move approval of the 2018-2019 second-class store liquor license application for Aviation Deli Group, Incorporated, doing business as Campus Kitchen, 273 Colchester Avenue, with the following conditions: complete record checks, proof of DLC seminar training, contingent upon fire marshal approval, and all standard conditions.
Moved and seconded by Commissioner Roof. Again, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of this liquor license application, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we have unanimously approved that liquor license application for Campus Kitchen.
And the
Commissioner Dean.
Motion to adjourn.
Commissioner Dean has moved to adjourn, seconded by Councilor Roof. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And we have finished with the Liquor Control Commission meeting, and I will, with that, reconvene the regular city council meeting at 7:13. And we have already addressed our agenda, so we'll go back to the regular agenda, and the second item is comments by me. And so this is just going to be very brief. I just really want to talk about a little bit. Thank you. I really just want to talk a little bit about the last meeting. When I left the meeting that night, I just did not feel good. And I include myself in that discussion. I'm responsible for how these meetings run, and I think that we collectively just did not put our best foot forward for the public. I think that is really critical for us, and I want to make clear that I am in no way trying to limit really good, passionate debate, vigorous debate that is needed here, and we want to always have that. But I also think that at a time that we see what's going on in Washington with the president, that anger around the country is palpable about what we're seeing from our president, polarized politics in Washington. I think that we need to do better than that, and what we're seeing coming out of Washington. And again, I take my own responsibility for the running of the meeting at the end and my own shortcomings. But I think that in regard to that, we all need to think to ourselves, the rules are important. It does not mean that rules can't be bent, and they will be bent. I'm not going to sit, for example, with a stop clock, and say if someone went over 5 minutes, and they're at 5 minutes, 15 seconds, and I know Councilor Busher's giving me a little glare here, that I'm going to cut in and say, hey, your time's up at 5 minutes and 15 seconds or something. But the rules can be bent, but they can't be totally broken, and it's important that we do follow the rules as closely as we can and still have good, passionate, and vigorous debates. A counselor tonight just reminded me of one of my mistakes, and that is that I want to remind counselors also that when you're responding to another counselor, please try to direct it through the council president. I mean, I've been in this position before, and I'm sure have done the same thing where I've directly spoken to the counselor rather than go through the council president. It's an easy mistake to make. I didn't correct that when that happened once or twice, and again, that's on me. So really, those are just, I really wanted to sort of set the tone for going forward that let's all just think to ourselves that how we can look the best way we can to the public, and I'll respect each one of our colleagues as people that really care about this city and want to do what's right for our city. With that, I think I've said more than enough. That is item number 2. Item number 3 is the public forum, and that's time certain for 7:30. So we are actually, I warned people that we were going to move ahead to a little further in the agenda. I'm going to go to committee reports toward the end of the agenda. Any committee chair who would like to give us a report on committee activity or meetings that are coming up? Councilor Hartnett?
I'd just like to let everyone know that PAC is meeting tomorrow, 5:30, conference room 12, updates on Morand and auditorium. So next steps forward, if anybody's interested, 5:30 tomorrow at conference room 12. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Hartnett. Any other committee chairs? Chair Nodell.
President Wright, would it be timely to give a report about a special committee, an ad hoc
Absolutely.
committee?
Yes.
So I'd like to fill report on the Senior Center Study Committee. That has met, I think, 3 times. Councilor Hartnett is also serving. And you'll recall that we created this committee to look at improving services for seniors broadly defined across the city generally, finding ways to be effective, reducing duplication, but also addressing specifically the challenges that the Heineberg Senior Center is currently having. And we're making some good progress. I think everyone around the table is looking at this in the spirit of collaboration and kind of letting go of our sense of what's ours and what's yours and divisions that have existed in the past between Old North End and New North End senior centers. So I'm very hopeful, and we are going to be late though on our report back, but we will be as timely as we can with our report, President.
Thank you, Councilor Nodell. Better to get a good report better to do that than be on time, I think. Though we appreciate both. But any other committee chair who would like to report on committee activity for us? All right, hearing none, we will close item number 6 and go to item number 7, because we're still ahead of time, and that is City Council on General City Affairs. Any councilor that would like to speak on general city affairs? Just when we have extra time, nobody wants to talk. Any other time there we go. Thank you, Councilor Jang.
Yes, I wanted to take the time to express my apologies to the community of Burlington based on a tweet that I sent midnight after our council meeting next Monday. And, just stating how I felt about how the vote came down, and I think it was not something that I was supposed to do. I don't think the community doesn't deserve that, to look into how we operate and how we do the work. I took my lesson, I took my responsibility, and next time I would want to make sure if I have anything that is bothering me to talk to the council president, to the councilors, instead of sharing it with the bigger news. But at the same time, I would want to see us moving forward in terms of how we can work together to better serve the people of Burlington. And I would like to extend also my apologies to every single councilors here. Maybe I came out from a way I did not think deeply, clearly. And I know we all deeply care about this city. And if it has to be done again, I will, think about it differently, right? So please, the community of Burlington, accept my apologies, and looking forward to work with all councilors and also looking forward to serve you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Jang. I appreciate those comments very much. Councilor Hartnett.
It says a lot about a person that he is, and it takes a big person to do that. Trust me, I've been in those shoes before and had to apologize many times, and it's not easy, and it says a lot about Councilor Dang, so I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilor Dang. I would like to talk about Highlight coming up here New Year's Eve. It's going to be an unbelievable celebration. It's going to be hard to top, first night, but Burlington City Arts and Doreen have done an amazing just an incredible amount of time and amazing job putting this together. It's going to be a wonderful event. The fireworks are going to be at 8 o'clock at the waterfront. Before the fireworks, they're going to have a live fire show. There's shows throughout the city, Old North End, South End, New North End. It's going to be a great night in downtown Burlington. The parade is going to be bigger and better than ever. And so I hope everybody is paying attention, going out, buying their bracelets online or down at City Arts. I also understand you could buy it at, there's a bookstore, Phoenix Books is selling them, and one other place is selling them downtown. So it's going to be a great night. I hope you come down. I promise you it's going to be warmer than last year. That's not too big of a promise to make, I don't think, given the temperatures last year, but it's going to be a great night, and I hope you all come down to Burlington and enjoy it. It's going to be fun. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Hartnett. Other city councilors on general city affairs? Councilor Busher.
So this is a follow-up to what Councilor Hartnett was referencing about New Year's Eve, and I just hope that, I think within Burlington, there's good communication, but, I still work at the hospital, and I'm going to be retiring in February, so I won't be able to say that after this. But anyways, I don't feel that a lot of the broader community knows a whole lot about this, and so I'm saying that on behalf of, I'm looking at the mayor, even though he's not responsible for this event, but I'm just trying to figure out how we can, in this coming week or so, get the word out to the broader community, because a lot of people are still unaware that we have an event going on. And so I think it's really important that we get that out, because I thought I was going to print out a small little calendar from the city website. It was like 37 pages of events, but anyways, but there's a lot going on, and I'm hoping that, I know usually the people that watch this are the people that live in Burlington, and I'm really trying to reach out to those few individuals who are in another community watching. Please let your friends know and check out the website, and I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised at what kind of entertainment's available. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Busher. Any other city councilor on general city affairs? All right, hearing none, we will conclude that item as well and move back to the, we're going to save the mayor's till the end so he can finish the night out. And I think that we have enough people lined up for public forum that I can start a few minutes early. So I'm going to go to item number 3, being the public forum. And again, I have enough people lined up that it will take us quite a few minutes at least past the 7:30 deadline. So I'll open the public forum tonight. And again, there is most people know, but there is a timer here. At the beginning, the yellow light goes off and you have maybe a minute left. When the red light goes off, you need to conclude your remarks. And again, we want to hear from the public. We want to hear whatever you have to tell us. Like with the council, please direct your comments through the city council president and do not personalize comments to different city councilors. With that, I will open the public forum up with Albert Petrarca, to be followed by Patrick Robin and Bill Truex, who will come up together. Mr. Petrarca, welcome.
Hi. I'm going to be using my 3 minutes for a quiet, private comment section.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Petrarca. We will go next to Patrick Robbins and Bill Truex. Mr. Robbins and Bill Truex are up next. Have a good evening.
No, you can leave mine there.
Mr. Robbins and Mr. Truex, welcome.
This guy and I used to be able to finish our sentences 40 years ago, and now we can't even finish our own. So it makes But we decided to speak together since we.
And please make sure you pull your microphones in
I will
close.
do that. I'm Pat Robbins. I was lucky to be the chair of the original committee for the marketplace in the 1970s, before most of you were around. And then I served as the chair of the Marketplace Commission for quite a number of years in the 80s and the 90s. And Bill, you want to say who you are?
Yeah, my name is Bill Truex. I'm a retired Burlington architect. And we were, both Pat and I and Paul Bruin are considered founders of the Church Street Marketplace. So that's, for me at least, the primary reason I'm here is to see, give you my thoughts on how this all ties together with the district.
But he was the idea behind the Marketplace. So if you've not liked it all these years, you can take it up with him. I was really just in charge of making some speeches. I want to read a few comments here. I made up a little story about the past. For the last 40 years, folks connected with downtown Burlington have been asked by officials and downtown development people from cities all around the country to be allowed to visit here so that they could understand for themselves why our Church Street Marketplace was so so famous, so successful, and for the benefit of Jeff, always 100% rented. So they would come to town early in the morning, and after they finished their coffee and croissant at Mirabelle's, we would take them around. We've done this quite a number of times over the years. And they would look at the view of the lake, and they would look up at the college, and they would look at the Unitarian Church and think they were all spectacular and all the great shops. And then we would take them aside, and we would say to them, but the single thing that makes the project really successful was the decision in 1979 to create a dedicated management organization by charter change called the Church Street Commission, with its dedicated staff and its authority to manage and direct the marketing and promotion and maintenance of the Marketplace district. That's the 4 blocks, the original 4 blocks of Church Street. It sets an adequate budget and levies a specific annual fee or tax from the abutting retailers, restaurants, vendors who benefit from its success. And of course, the city's residents and our many thousands of visitors each year get to enjoy our great marketplace year-round. But what we didn't tell them is that in the months of 1979, just before the charter change went down, we pushed a proposal and almost put it through to have a much larger downtown district encompassing Pearl Street, Winooski Avenue, Main Street, and Pine Street, featuring a 3-tier fee structure, excuse me for my voice tonight, based on proximity to Church Street, which would have allowed much more marketing and promotion, more amenities, and more national attraction and attention. This near miss was foiled by heavy lobbying on the part of the then Mayor Gordon Paquette, by the owners of the then new Burlington Square, who had the audacity to tell the mayor they weren't going to pay the fee and that they were there to save downtown Burlington and Church Street. Didn't turn out that way, exactly. Well, now we have the opportunity to right that mistake from all those years ago and take a course of action that I believe will be the most important decision regarding downtown Burlington since the creation of the Marketplace itself. I'm urging you to vote to send this charter change to the voters and get on with the project. Bill? I don't know if we're doing all this in 3 minutes, but no.
You get additional time. You get additional time because there's 2 of you.
I'd just like to say that I really think this is a terrific thing. We spent a lot of time in the early 70s talking about the Marketplace. We called it the Church Street Mall in those days, and then it became the Marketplace. And arguably, it's one of the better things that's happened in the city in the last 50 years. And I think, I personally feel that way, of course, but I'm biased. And we talked about this notion of expanding the Church Street Marketplace into other areas of the community, much like it's the origins of this were the Destroy It in Copenhagen, which started out as 7 city blocks, 15,000 square feet. And like so many others, they've expanded their district, and they're now 100,000 square feet, and who knows how many blocks of pedestrianized space.
35 blocks. I was there last summer.
The point of this is that what came with that is a space in downtown Burlington that really is attractive to people. People enjoy being there. And it's not so much the design of the space that has created the success, but it's the fact that people enjoy being there. So the important thing is to make sure that in our downtown district, we take advantage of the opportunity to have some design quality control in that whole area, which we used to call the Central Business District. But you can't do that anymore. CBD doesn't work, but DID does.
It works, but we can't use it.
And I'm done. Anyway, I think it's great, and I'll have much more discussion with the board when it gets resolved, and we can talk about the quality and how to get the high-quality kind of environment that we really do need in the rest of the downtown. So there.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins and Mr. Truex. Quite the tag team. Phelan Fritz is up next to be followed by Jeff Nick. Mr. Fritz, welcome.
Thank you, and it's good to see all the councilors tonight. I'm here as the executive director of Echo Leahy Center for Lake Champlain and also as a resident of Burlington. And I'm here to talk about Echo's perspective as a nonprofit and our thoughts on the DID. So first of all, just a sense on what our perspective is. So, of course, Echo is a community science center. We are working with schools and children across the state. And so with those science partners, we deliver what I would say is the skill sets for tomorrow's workforce. You also might know us as an attraction. And in fact, as an institution, we welcomed about 170,000 people last year, and so we're one of the major forces for tourism in the region, and enjoy a whole host of partners to make that happen. So I come to you with those two perspectives: a science educator, part of the community, and as a tourist attraction. We're in favor of the expansion of the DID, the combination of the two. And for the following reasons. First of all, I think it's really important for all of the city, whether it's residents, whether it's tourists, or in any other form that someone arrives here. I think it's critical to our downtown. I think it's especially important for its ability to create a consistency between Church Street and the waterfront. A critical aspect. And of course, that allows us, by combining this incredible waterfront we have with Church Street, we're going to position ourselves going forward. And we're all very aware of the level of competition for whether it's workforce, whether it's for tourist dollars, whether it's for proper housing. Those are all pivotal pieces to what we have and do here. So what's especially important is that ability for us to compete and promotion standpoint. And then finally, I just want to share that this is really about bringing the whole town together. I know for years I've been talking with Rod Redmond and others about there's this Church Street thing, and it's about 4 blocks east of this wonderful waterfront, and I think it's time to bring them all together. So thanks very much, and all the best for the holidays.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fritz. Have a good evening. Jeff Nick, to be followed by Emily Reynolds. Good evening, Mr. Nick, and welcome.
Oh, thank you. I'm the current chair of the Church Street Marketplace Commission, and I just wanted to be here and let you all know that the Marketplace Commission supports this effort 100%. We're all in favor of this, and we'd love to see the process move forward quickly. I think in the light of the suburban competition we face, especially with the reinvigorated University Mall and Target, as well as the impacts from Amazon, it's very important that we take that marketplace example and spread it out throughout the city and have a robust marketing campaign amongst all of our downtown retailers and merchants and restaurants. It's going to make us all stronger in the long run. I would also like to address a recent comment that was made about Festival of Fools, and a comment that I may not support that. I support that 100%, and so does the Marketplace Commission. And we see a great opportunity to really expand upon festivals and things we do downtown to promote the excitement that we have down here. And we can do a much better job of that with a larger downtown improvement district. I think there was some other concerns about privatization, and this is not an effort at all to privatize anything downtown. The city's 100% in control of the public realm, and the streets, the sidewalks, you control. The city council, the mayor, everybody that's in your hands. This is not an effort to privatize. So with that, I hope you can vote in favor of this, and we look forward to working with you to move this idea forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nick. Emily Reynolds is up next, to be followed by Walter Keaty. Good evening, Ms. Reynolds, and welcome.
Hello, my name is Emily Reynolds, and I'm the co-chair for Burlington Housing Justice. Our 4 goals are to decrease rent and create housing as a social good, unionize tenants, increase the housing quality in Burlington, and increase the housing stock. We believe that the DID is in firm opposition to these goals. The DID represents the landlord and developers' agenda to privatize the city, raise the rent, and develop the city into a neoliberal hellhole. The DID also represents Moreau's continued legacy of aligning himself with the developers at the expense of workers and tenants. Historically, Moreau has supported measures that privatize Burlington, such as the creation of the mall, the selling of telecom, and the selling of the Bose parking lot. According to Hood, rent has risen 5% annually since 2015 under Moreau. By the government's own admission, nearly 50% of renters are paying 50% of their income in rent. 50%. This leaves very little left for necessities such as food, healthcare, and utilities. In other places where DIDs have been created, property and rent has increased 15%. This will have an impact of raising rent in the immediate downtown area as well as throughout the city. We cannot afford another 15% in an already unaffordable city. We can tell how out of touch this administration is with the general public when Moreau states that an affordable unit is $1,000 per month. I only make $1,800 a month, so $1,000 is nearly 60% of my income. If this is what the administration sees as what's best for Burlington, how can we ever consider the DID a good idea? Another major concern we see with this proposal is the way it will disproportionately affect the homeless population who are daily denied their rights to housing. Addressing street-level behavior is thinly veiled threat to increase policing on Church Street and decrease homeless people's access to public space. Considering all this, we strongly encourage the council to oppose the continued privatization of Burlington. We, the member of Burlington Housing Justice, will continue to fight for housing as a human right, and if this proposal passes, we vow to knock on every door to stop this proposal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reynolds. Walter Keaty is up next, to be followed by Kenzie Hines. Mr. Keaty, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Walter Keaty. I'm not head of a commission, and I was not here when Church Street was coming to be, but I live in the Old North End, and I'm hoping that my position is still valued. Thanks for providing some time for public input on the DID. I think it'll become clear by the number of us testifying that the lack of transparency about this decision is irresponsible. I had heard nothing about this proposal to make a downtown improvement district, which is yet another loss of public property in Burlington, until Burlington Housing Justice called it to my attention. And even then, I had to piece through newspaper articles and kind of wade through a lot of complicated business and political jargon just to get informed. So even if there had been appropriate, lead time in communication about this operation, the language used in the communication was overly stilted and ineffective. I think it was inappropriate. That's frustrating enough to me, but I think that to rush this decision into a ballot measure at the last minute is pretty reckless. Excuse me, reckless. We've already seen the privatization of some valued public assets like Burlington Telecom, and we're just waiting for the fallout. All of us that live here, we make use of Church Street, but a downtown improvement district is going to benefit businesses at the expense of the residents. It's going to pull public control out of our hands, and it's going to cordon off the heart of the city for richer people. And I don't think that's fair. And I know there's some argument about whether or not this is privatization, but I know that, formation of a nonprofit for management is privatization by definition. Basically, I think that to speak in a language then that you all might understand, the privatization process has cheapened our citizenship in Burlington, and putting it as a last-minute ballot measure has devalued it altogether. So I urge you to pull this from debate and stop the DID from coming to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cady. Kenzie Hines is up next, to be followed by Betsy McGavick. Good evening and welcome.
Hi. My name's Kenzie, and I'm a renter in Burlington. To those in power in Burlington, affordable rent means $900 to $1,000 per month. The Office of Housing and Urban Development claims that affordable housing should be no more than 30% of an individual's monthly income. In Vermont, an individual would have to make more than $3,000 per month to meet that threshold. And that means for someone in Burlington working a minimum wage job would have to work 285 hours per month to afford that, when a full-time job equates to only 160 hours per month. So let's talk about rent. In a city where 60% of people rent, only 2 of the 12 city councilors also rent. Renters in Burlington, more than half of the residents, are underrepresented by 300% of the primary decision makers of the city. So is an improvement district, like those that have raised rent in other places, really the best way to represent the residents of Burlington? Or does improvement only come to those who can pay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McGavick. Jack Hansen is up next. Betsy McGavick is up now, and then Jack Hansen. Good evening. Welcome.
Hi there. So I have public comment for myself, and then I'm also speaking on behalf of Julie Masuga, who unfortunately could not make it tonight, so I hope the time can reflect that. So again, I'm Betsy McGavick. I'm a senior at UVM, and I also want to express my concern for the Downtown Improvement District. In other cities, this has proven to cause increased harassment and policing of homeless community members, and the increased amenities of this district allow landlords to hike up prices and eventually price other young people out of this city, other working people out of this city. With a city of 60% renters, and especially more than that concentrated in this downtown area, it's not what Burlington needs during an affordability crisis, and I wish that we would all have been considered a little bit more during this planning process. And my next point is regarding the IZ, the inclusionary zoning recommendation presentation that's going to happen later in this meeting. So I am, again, a senior at UVM. I'm actually doing my senior thesis on inclusionary zoning in Burlington. So I'm really familiar with the law, and I was really excited to see that this was going to be on the agenda for today. However, my heart sank when I saw what the recommendations were going to be from the IZ working group. So the definition, like Kenzie so eloquently pointed out earlier, is of affordability is something to the tune of $1,000 a month. And this is not what the recommendation was from to change that was not what the recommendation was of the IZ working group. It was not to maybe suggest that we change our zoning laws so that higher density development could happen in the South End or the New North End. However, their recommendation is, sorry, spoiler alert, is coming later, is going to be to allow developers a lower price to get out of paying, or a lower price to pay for payment in lieu, which means making it easier for them to pay their way out of building affordable units. And this is going to reduce the amount of affordable units built and increase segregation, socioeconomic segregation in the city. So I just encourage, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but I encourage the counselors, when this recommendation is happening, to be critical. Okay, so that's the end of my comment. Thank you for giving me that time. And now I'm making a comment on behalf of Julie Masuga, who again, unfortunately, could not be here tonight. So, my name is Julie Masuga, and I am from Ward 1. At this point, the City Council likely and safely assumes that I bring my message to this, what feels like the kids' table, to complain. This time is no different, other than the fact that I have more questions than answers. I've been attending a lot of meetings about the Downtown Improvement District. At the November 29th meeting at the BCA, I would wager that at least half of the attendees that spoke out were angry or at least concerned about the proposal, which at this point seems fairly nebulous, with citizens possibly voting to approve of and pay for a plan that really only seems to cover snow and cigarette butt removal, extensions of the policing of the downtown in the form of ambassadors, and gentrification. Then, at the recent City Council meeting, I heard Councilor Shannon respond to concerns about creeping neoliberalism by saying that the businesses were the eyes of the city. But what are they watching? Our city outpricing the very people they claim to want to include? I dug a little deeper into Puma, the contracting firm that assisted with this process. I read on their website, helping to increase property values, sales, and occupancies, which seems like business talk for helping to outprice residents and businesses already struggling to make ends meet. I dug further to a document from Puma labeled Life Cycle of a Commercial District, wanting to know more about what this process would entail. A growing DID, it's like a phase of a downtown improvement district, is said to be governed by the membership organization or a 501c3. Okay, so if there's ever an agreement on who gets to govern, then it sounds like we are squarely in that category. Then I looked at the next phase, a mature DID. At that point, the control lies in an entrepreneurial holding company. If this natural evolution of DIDs is accurate, then the answer to the question residents are raising, are we selling the city, is yes. So I guess the argument is that the DID would bring in money. But who does that money go to? Are we going to assume that trickle-down economics and volunteerism are going to keep rents afloat, or residents afloat? Am I naive for having these fears? I am going to sound like a broken record, but the idiom of politics that claims only that we need to move forward seems to be forgetting everyone that we will leave behind. Anyways, after we've gone through the temporary catharsis of scrutinizing this plan, I hope the council reconsiders what it's about to do to our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy and Julie. And Jack Hansen is up next, to be followed by Kara, and you can correct me when you come up, Alnas Raleigh. Good evening, Mr. Hansen. Welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. I'm also speaking to the DID, Downtown Improvement District, which I also oppose the proposal as it stands now. And I would echo some of the concerns that we just heard. I think the bottom line for me is that by turning this over to a nonprofit entity, we're losing the ability to have real public oversight of outcomes here. And to me, that really follows a concerning trend that we've seen that some other folks have brought up. I think the prime examples of that would be the sale of Burlington Telecom and the mall redevelopment project, among some other recent decisions. I think to give away that local oversight and control, and also to do something that potentially increases rent, I think those are high levels of risks. Those are potentially irreversible decisions that we're making. There has to be incredible benefits to all levels of community members in order to make those irreversible decisions. So for me, I'm not seeing enough benefits. I acknowledge for sure that there are benefits to this, and I can see that, but I don't think it's enough to potentially be raising rent in an already housing crisis that we face, and to lose that public oversight potentially irreversibly. So I would just, again, echo a lot of the concerns, and I would encourage you all to oppose the Downtown Improvement District proposal. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hansen. Kara Al-Nasrawi, and please correct me when you come up.
Hi, I'm Kara Al-Nasrawi.
I wasn't too far off.
No, you weren't. I am a small business owner on College Street. I have 3 young female employees. My store is 1,000 square feet. I have taken a deep dive into this DID proposal, and I am very much in favor of it. I believe that it will be a huge support for the small businesses, especially those on the side streets and the waterfront, who don't feel connected to the heart of Burlington, which is, as everyone knows, Church Street. I I think it will add a cohesiveness and a vibrancy that the downtown is lacking. I need to be clear because of what I heard right before I came up here. I operate on very thin margins. My income is an important part of my family's income, and I am in favor of taking part of that margin that I'm making and putting it towards this pot to help make Burlington more vibrant and to help expand and make our city more inclusive. I have no interest in controlling the streets or street level behavior. I love working with the Howard Street Outreach team. My vision would be that this ambassador program would dovetail with the Howard Street Outreach team to create more networks for our vulnerable community. And in addition, this money that these small business owners, now I remind you I'm on College Street, everyone on that block is small, locally owned. They operate, they come in every morning and work their butts off, and from the people I have spoken to, they are willing to put a little extra money in to help them, to help make Burlington more beautiful and more vibrant, and I would urge you to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Celia Daly is up next, followed by Jay Carter Newbiser. Good evening, Ms. Daly, and welcome.
Good evening, thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'm here for not the Business Improvement District matter, but for the permit reform matter, the charter change before you to consolidate all of the permitting functions into the new department.
You will need to pull the microphone in closer.
There we go. How's that better? So I'm here to speak to the charter change you'll consider this evening regarding the consolidation of all of the permitting functions into one department and the changing the authority for the appointment of the zoning administrator and planning director to the mayor. And I'm here to speak in favor of that. My name again is Celia Daly. I am the chair of the Permit Reform Advisory Committee that the mayor's office gathered. We've met for a little bit more than a year with very dedicated staff across city government who have been working for much longer than our group has been working at whittling away at many, many recommendations of a consultant on permit reform. This proposal before you tonight is the best thing we've ever heard. We're very hopeful that once these functions are under one roof and consolidated leadership, that many, many more permit reform ideas and will be implemented, and it will be easier for the staff to do their jobs that they try so very hard to do in a system that has not been working well, and as long as I've been engaged in it, which is going on 30 years probably. I hate to say that. But that's all that I have to say, and I want to thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Appreciate it. J.F. Carter Newsbiser is up next, to be followed by Buddy Singe. Rancid Buddy Singe. Good evening, Mr. Newbiser. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you all for letting me speak, and I got to get closer to the mic. Thank
Yes, pull the mic in close.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I appreciate you guys taking public comment and for hearing all these young people out, as well as, business leaders in the community. I am encouraging you folks to oppose the DID tonight. One of my biggest reasons, and I think, I would concur with a lot of the statements and points made very eloquently by some of the activists in this room tonight. One of the biggest things is when we look at the board that would govern this body, 9 out of 13 are business owners. And the remaining positions on that aren't necessarily limited. That could expand, 9 minimum business owners. If we want to talk about actual affordability, which I think almost everybody, including the mayor, has talked about is a goal of theirs, how can we have real affordability downtown in terms of rent prices, in terms of making sure that we're supporting small businesses, which is extremely important, if the only people at the table, the vast majority of the people at the table, are business owners? That makes zero sense to me. I don't think renters are especially not represented in that board, which is super disappointing. I'd also say, I just wanted to comment, I didn't know Albert was going to be here and eloquently do a respectful and silent protest beforehand. But I saw many of the members who did vote for that mural roll their eyes and almost act as if he was personally affronting them by placing that sign in front of you folks who did vote the way you voted. I am beyond disgusted at what that represents in terms of what you're saying about public comment. You are willing to vote to keep something up that continues the marginalization of people in our society that are already marginalized in a community and in a state that is overwhelmingly white. And when someone respectfully, literally silently, just puts your own vote in your face, you roll in disgust. Some of you immediately rip them down as if, how dare this citizen who has every right to speak at this forum, as any of you or any of us in this room, how dare he throw our own votes back in our face and actually make us, identify with what we voted for. That is shameful, and it shows a complete lack of actual leadership. And I respect the comments that we started this whole meeting off with, that we need civility, but I don't know if it's civil to be voting to keep up a mural that continually marginalizes people of color in the city. I don't think that's respectability politics. I really don't. I don't think that's respectful. I don't think it's civil. And if you're not going to treat people with basic dignity, why do you sit here and gasp at the fact that people are upset and people come in public comment and do things like this? I'm going on a rant, but I just think it's so ridiculous and so hypocritical, and the reactions that I witnessed just as a citizen and seeing someone voicing their opinion in the community is just so ironic and so hypocritical and super disappointing, to be honest with you. But please oppose the DIT.
Thank you, J.F. Carter Newbiser. Please, Rancid Buddy Singe is up next. Good evening and welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing the public comment on the DID, and that's what I'm coming here to speak. And I want to say first thank you to the City Council, all the working groups, all the public forums, the Mayor's Office, for working so hard on this. I've sat on the Church Street Marketplace Commission, I don't even know now, 8 to 10 years. I'm a Burlington resident. I do not have any business on the street. I don't own a business. I'm Ward 6. I've rented in Burlington in the Old North End, New North End, South End, and I've been a resident owner in the New North End and in the South End. I want to say first and foremost, what I've learned most from living here in Burlington and staying on the commission is that a managed district works. An actively managed business improvement district promotes economic vitality, a cleaner environment, a safer environment, and a greater sense of community. You look at any place where you go in any other place in the country and you talk about Burlington, the first thing that they mention is Church Street Marketplace, because that represents our community. I know there's a lot of discussion about this going forward. I believe that in the charter language there is, the tax assessment would not go to residential units. So I believe, as far as the affordability concept with that regard, there's going to be no assessment to them. It's going to be on commercial spaces. I also wanted to mention that as treasurer at the Church Street Marketplace Commission, when the Howard Center was reaching a shortfall for the street outreach, we were the entity that kicked in the extra money to make sure that there was still street outreach on the street. This is the biggest center of this community that goes on here. With the actively managed district, we are looking out for business interests, residents' interests, tourist interests, and every other population that's out there. There is no privatization of the streets in this proposal, and that would be a detriment to all of our community. I believe that this brings our community closer together. Right now, we have one of the best, main streets, even though it's not Main Street, in the city and in the state. And by expanding this district, we can make the whole downtown be that part of Burlington that everybody can be invited to, not just Church Street, to the side streets. We'll promote the businesses. It'll be safer. It'll be cleaner. And an actively managed district is the way to make this happen. I appreciate the time that you've given me, and I really support this proposal, and I really hope that you guys can move this forward and put it to the voters for a charter change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singe. Lori Tucker is our final speaker of the evening. Good evening, Ms. Tucker. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for giving me this time. I opened my business in 1979, actually right before the Church Street Marketplace was put together, and attended many, many meetings of all the people who, for the most part, thought that it was the worst idea ever. and that we were all going to go out of business, and how could we possibly be thinking of closing the street? Thank you to our fine gentlemen in the back there who were bright and forward-thinking and saw it as a place that we could all come together. So I'm a Burlington resident, and I've had this business for 40 years. I started on Main Street. I'm on Church Street now. I'm also part of the commission. I really can't say anything better than what some of my other commissioners said, other than I just want everyone to know that one of the reasons that I love Burlington is when we work together, we all help each other. It lifts all of us. And for all the folks that are feeling that somehow the business community doesn't care about them, and we don't care about high rents, we don't care about the homeless people, I want to tell you that in the 40 years that I've been in business, I've never met another business owner that didn't contribute to all of, from Mr. Pomerleau. I don't know if you guys know Mr. Pomerleau, but from the Millers, from people who own small businesses like myself, we all contribute. And a little, a lot, it helps all of us. I am so for this district because I think we need to work together, and it's an opportunity for us to work together. It's not just about making more money and turning our eyes down at the folks that need help. That's not my experience of Burlington. So that's all I have to say. I hope that you vote for this DID. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. And that concludes tonight's public forum. So we will close out the public forum and move to item number 4, which is the consent agenda. Councilor Nodell.
President Wright, I move that we adopt the consent agenda as amended and take the actions as indicated.
Moved by Councilor Nodell, seconded by Councilor Busher. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda and taking the actions indicated, please say aye. As amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have passed the consent agenda. And now we will move back to item 5.02, and that is an indoor entertainment permit application for Sweetwater's, 120 Church Street. Councilor Dean.
Thank you, President Wright. I'm once again behind. Okay. I would move that we approve the 2018-2019 indoor entertainment permit application for Sweetwater's, 120 Church Street with all standard conditions, and after a second would just request the floor back for a second.
Seconded by Councilor Roof. Councilor Dean, you have the floor back.
So just a report from the Sweetwaters is adding a little bit of jazz to their offerings, and this will be one night a week to start off with. We're hoping that people will patronize this, and we'll be seeing the opportunity for jazz to be heard at Sweetwater's many nights of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dean. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approval of the application, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And we move on to item 5.03, and that is the annual city meeting charter change on the Downtown Improvement District. And I will recognize the chair of the Charter Change Committee, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Wright. I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back after a second.
Seconded by Councilor Roof. Councilor Shannon, you have the floor.
Thank you. First, let me thank Councilor Roof for his leadership and shepherding of this issue. He has spoken with all of you probably many times about this and brokered many compromises along the way to assure that this initiative will have broad support. I'd also like to thank the original visionaries of the Church Street Marketplace, who I'm sorry to see just left, for coming before us tonight to share their thoughts and wisdom. We are lucky to still have them with us and guiding our decisions. And I'd also like to thank all the young folks who came out tonight to share their thoughts as well. Your committee tried to be mindful of your questions as we reviewed the language of the charter change proposal to expand the DID. You know, Councilor Wright, I just wanted to clarify, there were two resolutions posted, and the one that I moved was the amended version.
Okay.
And I can
Thank you.
get into what that correction was that we made. The baseline question for everyone is, why should we expand the DID and change the governance? The history of our very successful Church Street Marketplace is one that involves a lot of federal funds from its inception and even into the recent past. Those funds are running dry, and with further investments needed, we need to determine who will be responsible for this next infusion of money that is needed. The existing Church Street fee payers cannot bear significantly more burden, nor can our taxpayers at large. We want to engage a much larger number of downtown businesses to contribute to the health and vitality of our downtown. We want businesses to spend their money to improve our downtown. And I want to note that several of us have had the opportunity to travel to other comparable cities that have downtown improvement districts and to look at how those downtown improvement districts work. And as we do that, everyone is flabbergasted by how we make the marketplace work with only 40 fee payers. We really don't have the economy of scale at that size to make it work long term. It has worked because we've had the federal money to support it. Our entire Burlington community enjoys the enhancements of the Church Street Marketplace, from the shoppers to the daycare groups, even including the panhandlers. The ambiance and vibrancy are the envy of downtowns across the country. We cannot be complacent and let our crown jewels slip away when faced with new funding problems, increased pressures on retail from the internet, aging amenities, and a decrease in the social safety net nationwide. All of these trends are threatening Church Street as we have known and loved it. We need to expand the marketplace to gain the economy of scale that is enjoyed by virtually all the other similar pedestrian malls throughout the country. The marketplace was never envisioned to be sustained by only 40 fee payers, the way it is today. A much larger downtown improvement district was envisioned from the start, but we have never made that update until now. We need to collaborate with businesses to provide a structure that works both for them and for the city. To get the buy-in of more fee payers to support this new district, they need some level of control beyond what is offered today through the governance structure of the marketplace or existing DID. Please keep in mind when I reference our downtown businesses and fee payers, I am not talking about Amazon, Apple, or Enron, though many would welcome those taxpayers into our downtown. I am talking about our local retailers and cafes, mostly owned by our neighbors, including immigrants and those looking for opportunities and a better life. I am talking about the startups that have become success stories and generously support our nonprofits. These businesses employ our residents, provide multiple taxing opportunities to the city, and most have a social agenda, or they probably would have landed elsewhere. In this proposed charter change for a new DID, we have made very modest concessions to the business community to create a workable district that will serve to benefit both the businesses and the general public. While we have given the fee payers the power to appoint their own director and form a new organization with new bylaws and create its own management plan, there are still many checks in place over which the City Council maintains control. And I think this really gets to the crux of the argument as we weigh public versus private. Private money, public control. While the fee payers will appoint 6 board members, including 1 resident, the City Council with the mayor will appoint 7 members, including 2 residents, giving the city a majority control over the board. In addition, there will be 4 ex officio directors on the board from the city staff and city council. Councilor Busher. Finally, the meetings of this board will be subject to the open meeting and public records law. Under the proposal we are bringing forward, it is very clear that the types of city services that the city of Burlington pays for throughout the city remain the responsibility of the city. If a water main breaks, the city fixes it. Policing is still the responsibility of the city. However, the enhancements to the streetscape, like much of what we see on Church Street, is the responsibility of the fee payer. In order to make enhancements to the streetscape, the fee payers will still need to follow all city protocol and permitting procedures, including approval from our boards when applicable. Off-Church Street businesses want to participate in this new entity to improve their ability to coordinate parking, enhance marketing, and improve downtown safety. Safety and cleanliness should not be a Church Street issue where problems are merely pushed to the perimeter. By safety and cleanliness, I do not mean that we sanitize our downtown, but do more of what we have been doing to avoid violence and help our most vulnerable residents who are active users of our downtown. Our downtown needs to be supported in a holistic way, and preferably without further burden to taxpayers. All our taxpayers will soon become quite burdened with a tax increase to pay for a new high school. Taxes have already gone up to pay for much deferred maintenance on our existing infrastructure. I hope you will join me I hope you will support this expansion to the DID, which will improve the economy of scale for downtown initiatives like marketing, parking, street outreach, and streetscape amenities. We need to keep our downtown vibrant, and we cannot be complacent in our efforts. Each of you may have heard in what I have just said some of the points that you raised at our last meeting before sending this to charter change. But there are a few things that I wanted to address in addition. One was from Councilor Nodell. What's the benefit? The benefit is we entice more fee payers to the system to cover expenses and avoid burdening taxpayers to sustain our downtown while retaining key government control over the new entity. Councilor Pine, you expressed some concern about the makeup of the board. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to speak through. When I say your name, I'm not speaking to you, I'm just referencing the comments that you made. Is that acceptable? Councilor Pine raised an issue about seven members of the board will be chosen by the council, not by the businesses, which is the majority of the board. We did discuss pegging increases in the fees to CPI, but that did not seem practical because the fees, sometimes there might be a jump in fees in order to pay for more amenities, and it's a decision made by the property owner, business fee payers. So I think the checks are in place for them to make that decision because they have the representation. And the inflation rate doesn't necessarily have a lot to do with how the fees are structured. There will not be a more aggressive approach to street people. It would be a continuation and expansion of the highly effective programs they are currently implementing. Councilor Mason raised some questions about rights of appeal. Only the property owner has the right of appeal. Fees will be part of a package of maintenance fees that all commercial tenants pay. If they are too high, a tenant can find other space. Lots of controls are in place to hold nonprofits accountable because we retain control over the bylaws, the nonprofit that we establish here, because we retain control over the bylaws, management plan, budget, and the board. Councillor Jang wanted an advisory question rather than a charter change question. I'm not sure exactly what the concern is. If the advisory question passed, then we would just have to come back with a charter change question. I don't see what the advantage is in that two-vote process, but as it is, if the charter change question passes, it still needs approval by the legislature. So there is a two-step process there. In addition, there will be many more votes by the city council to approve the bylaws, the management plan, and the budget. And a couple of those would be on an annual basis. So the public process by no means ends with the public vote on the charter change. Just reflecting on some of the comments I heard at public comment, who pays for the downtown improvement district? It's the business and property owners that pay for it. Who benefits? The businesses from marketing and parking and other efforts, and the public from the public realm improvements. There is no evidence that I'm aware of that residential rents on Church Street are more than in adjacent areas. They do increase commercial rents. Improvement districts increase commercial rents because the ground floor retailers in the DID can support a higher rent. While 9 out of 13 members of the board are, actually, I'm not sure, yeah, I think that's right. That was stated public comments, and I believe that's right. 9 out of 13 are business owners. 100% of the funds will come from the business owners. But others have votes, and also we have 4 ex officio members that get to participate in the discussion. The conversation does not end tonight. We will have another public hearing, and it will be before the council again on January 28th. We will also have ample public discussion in a variety of forms leading up to the March vote. Please support moving this forward tonight so that the public discussion can continue. And thank you, Councilor Wright. I think I probably went over my 5 minutes, but this is a big topic.
You did go over a little bit. I did let you bend the rules a little bit on that one because it is a big topic. And so that's the report from the Charter Change Committee is out, and the motion is on the table and open to the City Council for discussion. Who wants to kick it off? We're ready. I thought we were going to be going right to the vote for a second there. Councilor Pine.
You didn't think we'd let that happen, did you, Mr. President?
I didn't think so, but
This is a healthy debate.
Absolutely.
I think I appreciate what Councilor Shannon just did, because a lot of the questions that we raised last week were addressed in her comments, so that was helpful. I really fundamentally think that everybody in Burlington values and wants to see our downtown really thriving. And as goes downtown, so goes the rest of Burlington, I think is a pretty accurate statement. It's just a question of what we do to get there, and I'm hoping that we can spend the time and have the dialogue both as a council and as a community on what we do to reflect our values as Burlington in moving forward. And I think that having the founders of the marketplace here earlier tonight gave us a little reminder of our history and where we've come from, and the fact that those visionaries knew, way before many folks knew, that the suburban development was going to eat our downtown alive. It really was the primary motive, was to focus on the fact that suburbia was going to grow at the expense of our downtown. And when that happens, lots of negative repercussions occur. We have a loss of people's ability to get their services and their consumer goods and everything they need in their community. There's a loss of jobs. There's a loss of tax base. Plus, there's just a loss of community, and the community we get from being able to support our local merchants is really, I think, of value. I am not entirely sure that our proposal here that we have before us is the exact path to get us to where we need to go. I am inclined to support moving us to the next level. the next step in the process, without necessarily committing to supporting this on January 28th. I just want to be clear. I continue to fundamentally wonder if the governance structure will be enough democracy, if you will, to support our values as Burlington, and whether that structure will really hold the test of time. I'm not sure. I have to admit I've given it lots of thought, and I've had lots of conversations with other counselors, with friends, with my spouse, with a lot of people about this. So this is a big decision, and I hope we really are very thoughtful about all of our decision-making in this process, and I believe folks are. And in the end, we have to make a decision as individuals representing what we think is going to be best for our future as Burlington, and try to align that with what we believe our constituents are looking for us to do. And we don't always know that. We don't have a crystal ball. And we can't do a survey of our voters and say, would you like us to do this or not? The vote is how we do that in March. So that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Nodell.
Thank you, President Wright. First, just a point of clarification. Did we hear how the new revised resolution differs from the one that was posted?
I think you're right.
Could I get that information and get the floor back?
Councilor Shannon, do you want to address that? You're right. That was said that was going to be addressed, and it was not.
In the original, there was some language about residents appointing the residential board members, and that harkened back to the time that there were going to be residential fee payers. We discussed that in our first meeting, and it was explained to us that it was intended to work the way it was described in the amended version. And so with that, our attorney Blackwood had caught that change wasn't made, circulated it to the Charter Change Committee on Friday. There was no objection, and with that, we posted the change on board docs.
President Wright, might I have information about specific lines that were changed?
Who can address that? City Attorney Blackwood, can you address that?
Yes, I can. Page 4, section 322A, and it is lines 90 through 93 were deleted and replaced, those lines. So it originally, it now says 6 directors selected by the fee payers, which was the language that the Board of Finance had passed on to the Charter Change Committee, but had not gotten in the draft yet.
So, I'm sorry, lines 90 through 93 were
deleted?
On page 4 were deleted, and the original ones were deleted in the old version and replaced by the language here that now says 6 directors selected by the fee payers through a process established by the bylaws, and then consisting of 1 director who is a resident living within the boundaries of the DID, 2 directors who are owners of businesses located within the boundaries of the DID, 3 directors who are owners of real property located within the boundaries of the DID. That's the new language.
Okay, I'll have to look that up. I was not aware there was a new resolution until it came in, so I'll take a little time. Okay. But I'd like to continue just with, thank you very much. I'd also like to, may I ask the city attorney a question?
Yes.
Okay, so I think it would be good for us all to understand the process from here. So if the resolution succeeds tonight, we have warned this language for the ballot.
Yes.
There will then be 2 public hearings, and then there is, at the meeting on January 28th, I believe, a final vote, which there's an opportunity to vote to change the language.
Correct.
Okay. And it's true, is it the case that only changes can be made that respond to comments from the public about the proposed charter change?
Correct.
And is it possible for the council, if it votes yes tonight, to vote no altogether on the charter change on January 28th. And is that a possible scenario, or if tonight, if we vote yes tonight, it will be on the ballot? The language could change, but it is on.
If you vote tonight, it is on the ballot unless you vote to take it off again. And I think you can vote to take it off based upon the public comments that you may hear. What I would suggest if you're hearing comments outside of the public hearing, that we repeat them at the public hearing to make sure that they are in the record, and that you can therefore vote based on the comments at public hearing to remove it if later you decide to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just have a few remarks. I kind of laid out my view on this at our meeting last week, and my view has not substantially changed. I did want to respond a bit to the chair of the Charter Change Committee, who I think didn't, in my mind, didn't quite grasp one of the points that I made a week ago, which I did not really ask what are the benefits. I think it's clear to me that there are benefits from expanding the marketplace, what we're doing on the marketplace, to include the side streets. And at our public hearing in late November, we heard a lot of support for that idea, kind of bringing in the business on the side streets and creating a more integrated downtown beyond just Church Street Marketplace. My question was really, what are the benefits of setting this up as a nonprofit, as opposed to continuing to operate it as a department of the city, and addressing some of the issues that have come up still within the framework of it being a department of the city. And this is kind of still the question that I have. And if we had more time, it is the question I would like to have seen us address. But we don't have time to do that for the March ballot. And so for me, we are trying, I think, to design a downtown improvement district that fits Burlington. We have somewhat different ideas about what that means. For me, haven't been convinced that we should switch to a nonprofit model. I think that all the concerns about potentially giving public powers to a nonprofit completely go away if you just decide to work within the framework of a city department and empower the group of business owners and residents in ways that they're not currently empowered. I think that there was a path to achieve much of this that we didn't have time to explore. I am appreciative of all the work that's been done. I mean, and a lot of people really believe in this and believe that it will bring good things, and we're very going to, I guess we'll see what the public has to say. But I did want to acknowledge, I appreciate that the current version does clearly state that the Downtown Improvement District Board will be subject to the public records law and to the open meeting law, which was an issue that I raised. And I appreciate that has been addressed, and I think it is important that it be covered by those laws. Thank you, President Wright.
Thank you, Councilor Nodell. Councilor Busher is up next, to be followed by Councilor Mason.
Thank you. So this has been a lengthy process for some in the community, and a not so lengthy process for other people in the community. So I think we all enter a process at different points. We know this. There's nothing unique about this. We have this happen all the time. Things start percolating, things get worked on, then they become a vision or a plan, and that engages more people, and then slowly the public and, slowly the council, and then the public get informed. And it's difficult when you have been at the beginning to recognize that not everyone started when you started in this process. So I think for those who feel like there's been enough process, you have to appreciate that for some that may not be the case. But everybody cares about Burlington and the downtown and wants to make sure that we hear their concerns and make sure they're addressed. So I've listened as best I can. I'm not sure, and thank you, President Wright. I want to thank Councilor Nodell for asking the question to the city attorney about process. I heard her say she thought that we would be able to remove the question and not move it forward on the 28th. I want to really confirm that that can be the case, because I am willing to move this forward, but am not sure that I will be supportive when, after the 2 public hearings on the 28th. And if there is no comment made from anybody, I just want to make sure that the council can say, if the majority of the council says, no, it's not ready for prime time, that it doesn't move forward. I just really need to feel secure about that. What I did hear tonight from the public was, once again, the issues around residents and their concern about the businesses who certainly are being generous and want to improve that district, but the residents that live and rent downtown are really concerned how that is all going to play out. Where is this money going to come from if indeed there's more money being asked of businesses? Isn't that then going to be passed on to the people that rent downtown? How are we going to address controlling the rents that are being asked for by the residents that live downtown? I don't have the answer to that question, and that's really key for me. And so I understand small businesses are also, and the woman that represents the small businesses on College Street, I've heard her speak time and time again, and I know that money is tight even for small businesses, but I equate living in a home, your home, and having that income versus business, which is a little bit different. I see those two as a little bit different. For business, you potentially would reap a benefit and maybe an increase in income, whereas if you have to pay more rent, I don't think you're going to see an increase in anything really tangible except a loss of revenue to spend on groceries or something. So I haven't been able to sort that through for myself. I did hear that a managed district works. Thank you for the chair of the marketplace making that comment. I agree, a managed district works. One of the things that I also heard and thought about as the chair of the Charter Change Committee was speaking was that the 13-member board is good. I mean, I think that still works, but maybe the representation from the residents needs to be rethought. I'm not sure we have enough representation from residents. If I can reference other counselors, President Wright, Councilor Nodell did ask during the Board of Finance how many residents were on the Marketplace Commission versus businesses, and there were more residents than businesses, and now we have more businesses than residents. I'm not looking to reverse that and make that happen, make that change, but I am wondering if we need more resident representation, and I'm really trying to think that through. So that's another piece for me. Let me think about what else. I did want to I wanted to let people know that I am going to, if this moves forward, want people to consider a small change. I hope you would all appreciate this, line 56, where it says, provide a clean, safe, and welcoming downtown experience for all community members. I would like it to say experience for all, comma, community members and visitors alike, because it's more than just community members. So I think that that would be probably welcome, and that can happen at another time. But as I read that, it seemed exclusive and not what we really want to communicate. So that's my point. And the last thing I want to say is that I think that I wish that I had been given a comparison of looking at the marketplace model, keeping it within the city, and the nonprofit model and looking at the pros and cons of that. I'm not looking to take power away from the businesses. It's you want to invest in the community. I need you here. I value you. Black Friday, I'm there. You know it. Every Black Friday, I'm there spending my money. But I also am not sure that it needs to be the model we've chosen. It could be another model and still succeed. So that's all I have to say right now. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, Councilor Busher. Councilor Mason is up next, then Councilor Roof. I do want to just, in light of what Councilor Busher said, and I did know also, City Attorney Blackwood, that you said, I think it can be. Can you just clarify that? Is it for councilors? I think it's a fair question. You think that it can be removed, or it can be removed?
I did not intend to install any doubt in that. It can be.
It can be removed.
Yes.
And that is whether there's a comment made or not?
Now, I will have to look further but what we would absolutely recommend is that there be comments made, and that is what the City Attorney's Office has always recommended, that if you want to make any changes or you want to do something differently than the action you did, that there be comments made at public hearing, and those could be, I believe those could be comments that you can make as well, as long as we get them on the record and they're...
A councilor can make the comments.
Exactly.
Okay.
Point of
All right.
information.
Great. Point of information, Councilor Tracy?
Does that require a majority to reverse that decision to put it on the ballot? Do you need 7 votes, or does it need 7 votes to get onto the ballot?
It would be, what I think you would do is you would offer a new resolution, and I think we would want it done by resolution that says, here are the reasons why, and we move to not put this question on the ballot. Because you've had to send it for public hearing for the purpose of taking
But the bottom line is, City Attorney Blackwood, it's a majority vote.
Yes.
It's a majority vote, right?
But wait, so, but how's the question framed? So do you need to have it be a majority to take it off? And so then if we have a majority, so if people vote for it tonight, then it's put on until a majority then takes it off.
Correct.
So it would require 7 votes to take it off.
So essentially, if someone's voting on this tonight, they're voting to put it on the ballot.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, City Attorney Blackwood, for that clarification. Now back to the queue, and it is Councilor Mason, Councilor Roof, Councilor Hartnett.
Thank you, President Wright. I'm hearing, just sort of listening to the conversation, which I always find helpful. I'm not hearing significant pushback on the benefits. I'm certainly hearing some legitimate questions relating to governance model. But as I sort of looked around the table thinking about benefits, it dawned on me, I work, I'm the only council member, that works downtown, not on Church Street or, on City Hall. My offices are in St. Paul, and I've been there for, over 20 years. So I certainly have seen firsthand, lunch after work, the struggles that the businesses on the side streets face, and it's often, I found myself asking, why is St. Paul, it's a world of difference to walk down Church Street and then to walk down St. Paul, or other streets, and that doesn't seem right to me. I don't quite understand why there can't be coordination. Allow me, on the governance question, what I've heard, which has convinced me that this is the right model, are a couple of factors that go into my decision. The first was, I think I heard pretty loud and clear comments about the difficulties that the Church Street Marketplace, the commission faces today, how the executive director, in essence, has an impossible task answering to 2 different masters. He answers to the mayor, he's a mayoral appointee, but he also answers to the businesses, and what a challenge that puts him in, and how dysfunctional I think that has been. I've also heard resentment, I would say, or challenges to the fact that current business owners are paying into, or supporting a budget over which they have no control. It's entirely, they put the money in, and then the city decides what to do with those funds. I can understand the frustration on that. It's my understanding that other models have been considered through the process, but I'm coming down on the side of, this is, to me, a model that seems to have buy-in from, I think we got a letter from over 70 businesses today, yet at the same time preserves majority control by the city. So from my perspective, this is really sort of the best of both worlds. Businesses are buying in, willing to pay additional tax into a budget that they have more control over, and yet the city ultimately does have control by our majority control over the board. So for that reason, I will be supporting moving this onto the charter and then voting for it next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason, Councilor Roof, Councilor Hartnett, and then Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Wright.
Excuse me, Councilor Tracy.
I did take up a lot of time last meeting, so I'm going to try to be much shorter this time. So I'm going to speak a little bit quicker than sometimes I normally do. So during, excuse me, during the outreach so far to this point, I've been hearing a lot of concerns and some fears similar to those that were articulated during public forum and else through other conversations that I've had over the last week. Now, I think that a lot of those have been addressed at last week's meeting, so I'm not going to go into them again, as well as discussed during recent presentations. But what this tells me is that more needs to happen, right? More needs to be done around getting the facts out into the community so that folks can make informed judgments. And it's been my experience that when presented with these realities of what is actually in the charter change language, most folks, not all, by any means, not all, but most in my experience have agreed that their concerns and fears have been reasonably mitigated, if not addressed in whole. So in this vein, I think more needs to be done, and so this is what I'll be committing to tonight as the de facto head of this effort here, in effort to get the facts out into the community so Burlingtonians can make a good decision if we do go forward with this on the 28th and if we go forward tonight. So a few things. First, I've committed to working with Channel 17 to get a presentation, a factual presentation that will run in the coming weeks. Second, there'll be a tour to the MPAs for any of those who are able to schedule a presentation. I was at the Wards 2 and 3 MPA, and thank you for the councilors for setting that up. That was an important step. Third, there'll be a digital presentation of some sort that will be easily shareable on social media or other digital platforms. And fourth, I've been working with Brian Lowe on getting a dedicated website up to the city. I know other councilors have asked for that to be in addition to or replacement of the public Dropbox folder that I've been using to update documents as they've been updated. Fifth, we'll organize and do a big push on Front Porch Forum so that, again, the facts are out there and opportunities for engagement do continue. So before I wrap, I just want to make some comments about this notion of public versus private option, right? We do know what the public option looks like. It's what we have now. And it's worked for 4 blocks relatively well, but it does have issues, and there's a lot of feedback that it does not work at scale for some reasons. So we know this from the commission and especially from off-Church Street fee payers who we are hoping to bring into the fold here. Because right now, their payments into the existing DID, there is no accountability whatsoever. There's not even any governance structure around that. So with a solely city department, my contention through the year and a half, almost 2 years of being the arbiter of compromise in a sense, is that with a city department, there is no legitimate means for fee payer participation. They have no real participation ability. So if the city's position is that we must have unilateral control over an entity whose purview is to provide no government services, then I fear our ability to move forward at all to find a funding stream that we know we need to enhance the downtown, because we, as Councilor Shannon mentioned, we do have federal funds that aren't flowing anymore as they did historically. We do have a tax base that is burdened. I fear that in the not too distant future, we could be looking at big problems without a mechanism or a funding option to address them. So I feel that the proposed structure, which has been the product of a lot of volleying and back and forth over time, as well as through the council here, does give fee payers the ability to have that legitimate means of participation while having a lopsided public control measures still in place. I don't want to go on. I said I wouldn't. I do want to go over at some point all of those public accountability measures, because they are truly lopsided, but I am going to practice some restraint and not go into all of that.
Thank you, Councilor Roof. And, but we appreciate that. And, Counselor Hartnett, and then Counselor Tracy, and I think we may be headed, then we have Counselor Jang, and then we may be headed for a vote.
Thank you, President Wright. I do have a question for Attorney Blackwood.
Right.
When would we see the language that would appear on the ballot? When would we see that?
Yeah, in this case, I'm assuming probably that you would want to do a short form language on the ballot, and I don't think we've decided which meeting, but I would assume we'd probably bring it on the 28th.
We wouldn't see the language before that?
We can see it whenever we figure it out.
I think it would be important if we saw the language sooner rather than later. I think that would be helpful.
Can I say that I suspect the language will be, for example, I can give you sort of a sample of what it would be like. It will be, shall the voters amend section, the sort of beginning of this Article 89 to expand the downtown improvement district.
Okay. Again, it would be great if we could get it, sooner rather than later.
Sure.
I mean, if you go by this resolution, it's hard for me to fathom how we would. I don't know how short the question's going to be, but if the resolution is any indication, we could so I would like to see how it would be worded on the ballot as soon as possible. The other concern I have, and hopefully we'll get this addressed moving forward, is really the crux of it here is the actual negotiation of what this deal is going to look like, right? Which we don't know, right? And so I would like to be informed who is going to be sitting at the table negotiating this deal. And so I think that would be important, how it would be negotiated, and, would there, I don't know, would it be a makeup of kind of like what we're envisioning the board to be? So I'd just be curious about how the board is going to be, how this contract is going to be negotiated. And if the council will be involved, will council approval have to, questions like that. So I think that would be helpful moving forward. I am going to move it forward tonight. We've heard over numerous years, small businesses come to us off Church Street and tell us that, they've been contacted by other renters to move. We know just right next to the old Junior's Pizza, the clothing store has moved. South Burlington is building a new downtown. Forget about the mall that they're expanding, the marketplace that they're building out there. They're building new hotels out there. We're kind of fooling ourselves if we don't think they're going to be coming into our neighborhood and targeting some of these businesses on our side streets and asking them to come out to South Burlington. They're our friends to a point, right? And then they're our competition, and I think they see an opening here, and so I think it's our obligation to keep downtown vibrant. And then the other thing for me is the $235 million hole we have sitting in the ground that nobody really wants to talk about. And where does that go, right? And how long does that sit there? And how much does that cost our downtown? So maybe even more so important that we move forward on this, given the lack of details and the lack of questions that we have regarding that. So I will move this forward. But I would like to see the question as soon as possible, and I would like to know how the negotiations are going to be worked and who's going to be part of those negotiations on the deal. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Hartnett, and I think City Attorney Blackwood acknowledged that we can try to get that sooner rather than later. Councilor Tracy, and then Councilor Jang.
Can we please have a 5-minute recess, President Wright?
5-minute recess has been asked for and is granted. We'll be back around 5 of. Good. We are reconvening the meeting, and if you have some significant loud conversation, I just need to ask you to take it out into the hallway. And I again, please, we are reconvening the meeting at 9:02. And Councilor Tracy has the floor.
First, I just want to thank you, President Wright, for indulging us in a recess. There were issues that were not necessarily fully understood in advance of the meeting in terms of the process moving forward that were clarified and that we needed to connect about. So I certainly appreciate you being willing to do that and your patience around that. I think that the fact that we didn't have some of these answers is indicative of the broader issue at hand here, which is that this is very rushed as far as the process goes. The first I started hearing about this was over the summer, and we tried to meet as a charter change, but the consultant's report kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed. And then we finally heard that report, if my memory is correct, in an October work session. We had several public meetings about the more generalized concepts of this, but those occurred before the actual governance structure and actual charter language was revealed. In fact, that language was revealed, I believe, not last Thursday or Friday, but the Thursday or Friday before. So we're talking about a timeline of within 2 weeks in which this language has really been revealed and in which the true governance structure that we're debating tonight was revealed. And so we received that language on a Thursday or Friday. We debated it last Monday. It was referred to the charter change on Monday. Then we, as a member of Charter Change, then ended up spending Tuesday and a good bit of Wednesday working on that language, at which point it was referred on a 2-to-1 with myself having voted against it. Now we're back here deciding whether to put it on, and what we've found out is that by putting it on essentially tonight, we're really voting to put the language on the ballot and signaling in many ways a confidence in this particular resolution or in this particular structure such that we would actually have to have a majority of the council to undo that structure in the future. And that leaves me quite uneasy. And the reason that it leaves me uneasy is that there's, because of this rush, been a lot of not a ton of opportunity to hear from the public. You know, we heard from a member, a constituent from the Old North End who had difficulty understanding it, difficulty getting those questions answered in such a short time frame. We haven't really been able to balance some of the benefits that we heard people speaking to at earlier public events with some of the challenges or some of the drawbacks of the governance structure, and see how exactly some of their desires are and are not manifested in that. And we don't really have a whole lot of chance to necessarily change that because, again, you need to have a full majority of the council, and I think that there are a significant number who feel good enough about this to move it forward as is. And I'm dubious as to how much that would change in the future. There's no guarantee, in fact, that would change. In terms of the other things that give me misgivings around this is that so many of the questions remain unanswered with the plan itself, meaning that we have we have not fully weighed a public option. We've heard that this would work better than a public option, but the consultant's report mentioned it, but it did not actually give us a governance structure to weigh it. And moreover, we didn't actually put forward a public option structure before the public to actually get feedback on, okay, this is how this structure would actually work. This is what a governance would actually look like. It was just saying, well, other cities don't do it like that, and maybe we should just do it this way because essentially that's how all these other things are structured. Well, I think that we could think about doing it a little bit differently, and I think that we can't reasonably say that we've done all of our due diligence because we didn't actually put the two methods side by side in a functional way. They were considered at a very high level and not actually brought together at a very specific level. Next, we also have issues around the management letter and the bylaws, which are referenced at different points in the charter, but that really are yet to be established in this. We have assurances and these sorts of statements around businesses, and city council control, but really we're voting to create an entity, and we don't know key aspects of how that entity is going to function, meaning We don't know, for instance, how the board will be selected. And that raises questions for me about who actually is going to get to serve on that board, how fair that selection process actually is, what the balance between local and chain businesses might be in that. Just really wanting to make sure that we're doing our due diligence, given that we are ceding significant, I think, democratic control over this by giving this unelected board an opportunity to name folks. We need to really understand how it is that those folks are being appointed to this board, and who exactly of these broadly defined categories will actually be serving on this board, because I think that the characterization has largely been that this will be, you know, your local mom and pops. Well, we have absolutely no guarantee in the language because we don't have the bylaws written or established to suggest that. We also don't have, we have assurances around the services that might be provided, but we don't actually have definition of the functional aspects of things like the ambassador program that's contemplated. So that, you know, I think raises concerns about how that's going to actually be managed and maintained. And once you start a ball rolling, I think it's much easier to continue along that path. I, however, when we're considering making such a fundamental shift, would suggest that we need to have those assurances front and center so that we can really have the public be confident that this particular downtown investment district will not manifest some of the harms that we've seen rested upon other communities that have gone in a similar direction. In addition to that, we don't have a full understanding of the abatement process and how the abatement process is going to work. It just talks about sort of a general board and board structure, but we don't actually have the process laid out of how the people are appointed and things like that within the abatement process. So there's key details really that remain as yet unanswered, and that I don't feel like we have really a chance to fully weigh because we're moving so fast on this, and I think when we move fast, we make mistakes. But I think that there's a broader point at hand, which is that when we have this change happening so quickly, and we're not getting a whole lot of resident input, we didn't really hear any residents come out any specific residents who didn't have an interest in existing structures come out in favor of this. I think it's difficult to say that we have consensus around this, and I think that we could if we took more time. I think that it's difficult to want to give so much power to business owners, meaning 9 out of 13 seats, to business owners or property owners. That to me feels like an uneven balance, and that will create uneven representation of interests on the board and an imbalance within our downtown in terms of interests. Because while I love our local businesses, I don't think that their interests always align with every members of the public's, and the way that we sort of balance those interests is through democratic structures. And so we need to make sure that we're creating opportunities for balance, and by giving so much influence to business, I think we tip the scales in favor of that, and really, I think, prevent a lot of folks from weighing in and having the control that they have over a downtown that they love so much, but that some folks, at least in the Old North End, feel like is increasingly not for them, is increasingly about sort of the high-end specialty retail type businesses not being able to really access it. And so I think that we need to create opportunities to represent a broad segment of voices and not just hand this over to a significant majority of business and property owners. So I'll be opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tracy. Councilor Jang is up next. I do want to make a brief statement as Council President first. The recess, so that the public sort of understands, I don't think anybody minds that is that there's concern that councilors feel like if it takes 7 votes to move anything. It takes 7 votes for us to move this tonight, but councilors are also understanding that if they decide that they want to not support this, it will not take 6 votes, but it will in fact take 7 votes also to withdraw this from the ballot on January 28th, or our last opportunity. What I am giving my word to, and I hope that my word is good with everybody, is if there is 6 no votes, I will join with the 6 no votes and defeat this from going on the council. And I say this as a supporter of this proposal, but if in fact over the next several weeks, we're at December 17th, January 28th being the final date, if we can't convince a majority of the council that this should go on the ballot. If we have 6 no votes, then we're not ready. Then to me, that's just the reality. Despite the fact that I may think it's ready, if 6 people don't, then I'm giving my word to those councilors, if we're moving forward tonight in good faith, that I will join in the 6, because I really do think that if 6 can't come around to it, then we're not ready for it. With that, I will turn it over to Councilor Jang. Councilor Jang, you have the floor. And then the mayor.
Thank you very much, President, and I'll be very short. And just wanted to talk about, for us to not forget the hard work of the Church Street Marketplace. The work that they do, I think, is imperative, is wonderful. And at the same time, Church Street Marketplace is somewhat a city department. And you also have the reasons why DID. I think one of them is safety. And it sounded like the police is not doing their job here. That's how it sounds to me. And in some time, I hear we need to have this park patrol, street ambassador program. So we already have what we call the park patrol people in Burlington. There is not anything that the DID would do that Church Street is not already doing. There is not. We have the cleanest city in the state, very clean, especially our downtown. There is not something that DID would do, Church Street is not doing. And I do understand, and I really have shared the sentiments of the woman who was just right here talking about she's willing to take more money from her business and put it here. I am open to that concept of extending Church Street Marketplace. But at the same time, I don't feel like this is ready to go to the ballot. I don't see new North Enders. People knocked on my door asking me about what's up with the Moran, what's up with Memorial, but nobody knows what DID is. Nobody. Reason why I did ask this question last time, how do we want to make sure we put this as an advisory ballot? I am open to that. I am not saying DID should die tonight, but I'm saying DID should wait until next year. All of these questions that were asked here, we have 12 months to work on them, and in 2020 we can put it on the ballot. Everybody will feel good about it. I don't feel good voting on this tonight. I am open, if we can, send it as an advisory ballot, but not as a mandate. Those are things that I just needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. We have the mayor, and then Councilor Roof, and then I'm going to, Councilor Shannon wants to make another brief remark, and then we're going to move toward a vote. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, President Wright. I appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts. First, I do want to thank the large number of people who have been involved in making this debate possible tonight by working on this really for the better part of 2 years. A very large committee that was set up and that has been chaired by Councilor Roof. And then Councilor Roof's own work on this has really been quite remarkable, enormous amount of effort. And I also want to thank City Attorney Eileen Blackwood, who has really done the heavy lifting for weeks now with actually creating quite a bit of both ballot language and supporting materials for us to have what is, I think, anything but a rush debate, a very deliberate, rich discussion about moving this forward. I also want to thank the group of people that we've heard from, I think many for the first time tonight, who came out to talk about housing issues. We haven't seen that kind of passion for housing issues in these chambers very often, and as someone who has really spent pretty much my whole professional career working on affordable housing, believing in the importance that really the leading issue that we face in the city is in many ways our housing issue. I welcome your energy and passion. I would really love the opportunity to sit down with you in another forum and see if there is some common ground. I hear that you have some disagreement with some of the way we're approaching it, but maybe there'd be some areas where we can meet common ground as well. And I want to make sure it's clear that the way that this proposal has been crafted has been designed explicitly to try to avoid adding to the housing burden that too many people in our community face. And let's just make sure that the facts are clear on this. A decision was made over the last couple of weeks to take residential properties out of the properties that would get a special assessment. That includes mixed use properties where there are partial commercial, partial residential. The residential square footage will be subtracted, and I think that really came from a sense that although in some parts of the country residential properties do pay in because there are some benefits to residential properties, that we have such an acute housing cost issue here that we didn't want to do anything that would directly increase those costs. I think there's a fair additional point that we've really heard tonight that, over the next month, I think we probably should grapple with more that maybe somehow the existence of an improvement district can raise rents by, but I really think what that comes down to is that that these improvement districts, if they work, make that part of a city a more successful and appealing place, and that has some impacts on the properties that are in there. And I think that speaks to why we are having this debate, is that these districts, active management of districts do work, and they make for an improvement in the quality of that part of the city. And I don't think we should, it would sadden me, I think, if we turned away, out of a fear of an indirect impact on housing costs, we didn't seize an opportunity to make our city better. I think there are other things that we can do and that we need to do to address our housing crisis in other ways. So I do believe this this comes down to, and tonight's debate and hearing from the kind of founding actors of the Church Street Marketplace, I think, have helped clarify this debate. I think this comes down to three big questions about whether we should go forward with this. One, do we believe that our downtown faces new threats and that keeping it strong requires vigilance? And I think there's broad agreement in that, and I think most of us at this table would answer yes to that. Do we think active management of the downtown will help us address those threats? And there, too, I think there's a lot of consensus, and I think some of the testimony we heard tonight from people who have been involved in the marketplace for a long time really speaks to that being, the answer to that being yes. And then we come down to this last one, which I know is a sticking point for people at this table. Is this proposal, is it democratic enough? And I appreciate the way Councilor Pine asked that question, and I think it's a fair question. And I think there, too, I just want to make sure it's clear to the public that as this proposal has been crafted over recent months, that there has been a lot of mindfulness put towards that question, which is not to say it's been necessarily answered completely enough, and perhaps there are things that can be done to take it even further in this direction over the next month and a half before this needs to be finalized. But to hit some of the highlights, and that goes specifically to some questions raised, the council will have approval over the bylaws and the management plan that this new entity will undertake. Absolutely, the council will be at the heart of that decision-making process. How else have we tried to craft this in a way to be democratic? The board, the city council, with the mayor presiding, will determine the majority of the board forever going forward by charter language. And I do think it's important. It's been stated a couple times that of that board, 9 of those people will be business owners. I think it's worth pointing out that the way you get to that 9, there are 4 that will be business owners. 5 will be property owners, and there's no more definition than that that's given to that. That could be defined as someone who owns a triplex is a property owner and would qualify as someone who if the council felt there was too strong a business voice that was starting to be represented on this board, it could take steps to put other types of property owners that are not merchants, for example, on the board. The council retains the power of the purse going forward. The budget approval of the taxation essentially that will be associated with this new nonprofit. Again, we've worked very hard, and again, I think Eileen has really put a lot of substance behind this. Maybe not answering every detail, because we are talking about charter language, and I think it would be problematic to try to answer every possible question that will eventually need to be answered in the charter itself. We are trying to approve charter language, but Eileen has worked to be very clear, delineate very clearly what the responsibilities of the board will be and what the responsibilities of the city will continue to be. And it's really, from my perspective, no way to read those relative lists as any public authority being divested from the city council and given to this body. And then finally, of course, we retain the right to, if somehow this evolves in a way we don't like, if the ball gets rolling and we don't like where it goes, that this will sunset and it will require democratic action to renew it. So I think there's a great deal of democracy in this proposal. Welcome the debate over the next month and a half as to whether there's ways to add more to that. I do fear that if we go much, I guess I hope that we will be mindful of how much effort has been made to put democracy into this proposal already, and that there'll be mindfulness of the risk that if we go further, that this effort will be killed, and that, as we've heard tonight, it could be a long time before there's again another effort to do what many people thought should have been done from the start, of create an active management system for the whole downtown. This is a rare opportunity. If we just say, let's do it a year or two from now, it's very likely that kind of energy and support will not coalesce. There's been a huge amount of work that's gone into getting it to this point. Let's not miss this opportunity. Thanks, President Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's been a good, vigorous, passionate, and civil debate, and I think that the points of concern have been made very well. I think that the points in support have been made very well. I have two more counselors, and I would really like to move this toward a vote after that. And I will recognize the two that were in the queue for. I really hope that these will be brief comments. I think that every point has been covered. Councilor Roof, and then Councilor Shannon.
The only point that I'll make will be on the compromise that was struck during the recess, and just share that I support and endorse this setup. And I just want to commend folks who did learn new information, identified an issue. Thank you for calling the recess, and we worked through it. And I agree with the contemplation from President Wright that if we can't get to 7, this should not move forward on some technicality, because we have, for some reason, an even number of city councilors, and we find ourselves in this situation sometime. So I support that move. I'm glad that we were able to keep our heads, identify a solution, and I look forward to engaging over the next few weeks to see where we're at on the 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Roof. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to some of this discussion, because I think it's important that this is going to a public vote, and it's important that the public is informed. We don't have the details because this is charter language that we're talking about, and the charter is not easily reversed. The details are really never included in charter language because the details need to be more flexible. The details are in the bylaws, the management plan, and the budget, all of which require council approval. Also, with regards to the report, the draft report, I believe, was issued in June, and the final report was released in August. Unlike our normal process, we made a decision as a council that this would not go directly to the Charter Change Committee, but spent a good bit of time in the Board of Finance because of the broad political balance that the Board of Finance provides. There was some comment about having a comparison with the existing Church Street Marketplace, which actually our redlined, the redlined charter change does provide, and to assure you that the Charter Change Committee reviewed this language line by line and very carefully, and made every effort to address both new concerns that came up when we saw the language, as well as the concerns expressed by this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. We'll have the vote now, and we just, however the vote comes out, we know that there's work to be done before January 28th meeting. I am actually going to ask for a roll call on this important vote. So would the clerk's office please call the roll?
Councillor Bushor?
Yes.
Councillor Dean?
Yes.
Councillor Jang?
No.
Councillor Hartnett?
Yes.
Councillor Nodell?
No.
Councillor Mason?
Yes.
Councillor Paul?
Yes.
Councillor Pine?
Yes.
Councillor Roof?
Yes.
Councillor Shannon?
Yes.
Councillor Tracy? No. City Council President Wright?
Yes.
9 ayes, 3 nays.
The resolution passes, and we'll move forward to the next stage on the Downtown Improvement District. Thank you very much, and we will now move forward to item 5.04, and this is another charter change resolution dealing with the creation of Department of Permitting and Inspections, and a little bit more there. But I will recognize, again, the Charter Change Committee Chair to move this. Councilor Shannon.
I'd like to move that we waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back briefly.
Moved by Councilor Shannon, seconded by Councilor Nodell. Councilor Shannon, you have the floor back.
Thank you, President Wright. I just want to note that this has been a very long time goal of the city to have permit reform. And the reason it hasn't happened for so long is because it's very difficult. I think it was difficult to break down the silos of city government where you had to coordinate between all the various departments that touch permitting and enforcement in order to get to where we are. It was identified in the Housing Action Plan, and it was 4 years ago that we had the original resolution asking for a complete overhaul of the city's permitting process, and that was sponsored by Councilors Hartnett, Nodell, and Wright. We're solving a long-time problem in permitting. Any homeowner who has tried to replace a garage or put an addition on has certainly experienced these problems. Interestingly, the large developers are probably better prepared to handle our existing fractured system than is the average homeowner. Our intention was to make the process much more user-friendly for the developer, but even more so for the average homeowner. I'd like to thank all of the city staff that worked collaboratively to figure out how to make this work and to make a lot of compromises in that process. I think that it's really impressive and speaks very well for the leadership in the departments of planning, code enforcement, DPW, building permits, and our zoning administration. The additional, we did have a lot of debate about the merger of CEDO and planning. Ultimately, that proposal was abandoned, and it seemed to be the will of the council that we not go forward with that at this time. It was the recommendation of the Charter Change Committee that we review that part of the decision in a year. And I think that was also the recommendation of the Planning Commission, that we take another look at this in a year. The one piece of this that remains a little bit more controversial, and I know that there are a couple of councilors that absolutely don't like it, is that the mayor would appoint the planning director in addition to an inspection services director, a director of permitting and inspections, a zoning administrative officer. And that part of it, I don't know that there's a lot of compromise there. I am aware that the committee was aware that the Planning Commission recommended that we look at that piece in a year as well. It was the recommendation of the majority of the Charter Change Committee that we go forward with the having the mayor and city council appoint the planning director at this time based on what we believe to be the will of the majority of the council. And we wanted to bring to you what we believed that you wanted with that regard. That's why there was the pullback on the merger. So I'm sorry, I know that that piece of it does not make everybody happy. I know that historically we have separated the mayor's office from the appointment of the planning director, but I think that there are so many other safeguards in place with regards to that, and a lot of the concern in the past about that piece has actually been more with the zoning part where there's control over the boards, because for any development project that might be put forward by the city, it requires the approval of our boards, particularly the Development Review Board and Conservation Board. So there's a lot of process involved for any large development, and I think that really is where the protection comes from rather than through the appointment process. But it also gives the council authority over that, not just the mayor alone. So with that, I think Bill Ward is here to help answer any questions that I may not be able to. If you want to have him come up, then I'll leave it to the council.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would actually like to have also Director Lunderville come up, and if anybody else would like to come up as well. David White's on his way up. Director Spencer, let's have the whole team come up, and and maybe hear a little bit from you. I think we've heard from you, but let's hear a little bit more. And if there are any questions for the team. Before we start, though, I want to say one thing, and that is, I know that the mayor worked very hard to convince Director Lunderville to stay on longer. And I have to say, knowing that the mayor was working very hard, I took my own crack at it. But I think we have both failed on that front, and my understanding is this is the last meeting that we will be seeing Director Lunderville here in front of the council. And so I just want to, on behalf of the city council, thank you, Director Lunderville, for your service, obviously running BED before, and now your service over these last several months and leading us forward on several fronts at CEDO. So thank you very much. And now we're going to grill you.
Yes. All right.
Okay. Do you want to just see if there are questions, or does anybody want to make a few remarks?
I'll be brief. I will just say that most of what you heard from Councilor Shannon is a very accurate portrayal. We've had great meetings to not only at the Charter Change Committee, but in the years leading up to this, from that resolution of the soup to nuts change that the council was asking and the administration has been working on. We've been working very hard to try and find a system that brings accountability to a system that the staff works really hard within the existing system, but there are some inefficiencies that are just clear because there lacks a single point of accountability. The charter change that you have adds that single point of accountability in it. And I was going to add specifically where it relates to the new department, because there were a lot of, there's a lot of give and take within this. So we're going to be joining the zoning staff along with the code staff and the trades team from the Department of Public Works under this charter. One of the unique pieces of that, along with the director, which would be appointed by the mayor and the approval from the city council annually, the department would include a zoning administrator who's responsible for the enforcement aspect of the zoning ordinance. That person could either under this charter be the department head of the permitting and inspections department, or it could be directly appointed as the zoning administrator, the person who's filling in that position. Currently, the way that works is that David is the zoning administrator in the planning and zoning department, and he has delegated that authority to Scott Guston, who serves as the zoning administrator. So the value of having a mayoral appointed position within the permitting and inspections department keeps that single point of accountability, and it doesn't have two different areas or an approval from the planning commission. If Scott was approved by the planning commission and acted in a position that was answerable to the department head, it creates a potential conflict. It's the most logical way to have that maintains a single point of accountability throughout the department. And I'll let David speak specifically on the planning position.
Right, certainly in both cases, whether it's the permitting side of the equation or the planning side of the equation, having a clear line of accountability ultimately leading to a single point, which is the mayor that leads the administration, makes the most sense from a good governance standpoint. You know, my job as a planning director is really to help the elected officials of the city fulfill the vision for the city. It's not my vision of the city as an independent department head. That's really where I think it makes the most sense that all these positions come under the same chain of command, if you will, and we are all pulling in the same direction to get the work done in the city.
Thank you. Other comments? If not, I'll open it up to the council for comments and questions, and I'll just get off by saying, again, thank you to the team. I think we all are impressed with the great work that's been done and a willingness for everybody to work together to find the system that works best for citizens, and regardless of whether it was great for your own department even.
Mr. President, I just might mention we're missing one of our great teammates here, Brian Lowe, who's been
Yes.
our captain through this process, and he would be here tonight if not for a little issue he's having with his health, but he wants to send his best and thank the council for all of their time and attention on this.
Thank you for pointing that out. He did make a brief appearance tonight at the Board of Finance, but I know he's had pneumonia, so we are hoping he's home, and glad that he is home resting, actually.
Can I just add just a few more brief comments?
Norm.
I think what's important to this process to improve the efficiency of the program is really to have employees who are doing the work closely together, understand and appreciate the challenges, and be able to communicate closely when they encounter a problem and challenges of servicing the customer itself. That is a critical piece to that puzzle.
Thank you, Norm. Okay, let's open it up to the council now. I have Councilor Jang first, then Councilor Busher, and then Councilor Pine.
Yep. You know, and I think the council, thank you, President. I think the council unanimous, that's what I think, that we like that permit reform. I think everything, you know, it's a great idea. But I just wanted to know what the Planning Commission think about allowing the mayor to make the appointment of the planning director. I just wanted to hear from you guys.
Sure, happy to answer that. The Planning Commission met last week to specifically discuss this proposal, and when it came to the specific question of the appointment process for the planning director, their recommendation was that we hold off, or that the council hold off and not do it straight away. They saw through their discussion that there was merit to the argument for why it should be a mayoral appointment versus an independent position, but at this time they felt like there's so much change going on right now relative to the dividing our department into two parts, the creation of the permitting department, what the result is for the planning department, that the mayoral appointment was just adding too many questions, and they suggested that it be, that piece of the question be held.
So basically no recommendations or that?
Their recommendation was that it would not be a mayoral appointment at this time.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Councillor Busher, then Pine and Dean.
Thank you very much. I will not be supporting this, and it's not for a lack of staff educating me, explaining, answering all my questions, and so I thank you for all of that. I certainly support permit reform. I support the players that you brought together. So you're saying, what's wrong with you then? You know, why aren't you supporting this? Because I really feel that permit reform could be housed where you've housed it. It also could have been housed in planning and zoning. And I'm going to speak to that a little bit. That never really got explored at my level. It might have got explored at your level, but it wasn't shared with me why that didn't work. I feel very strongly, and I identified this immediately when this proposal came forward, that I felt that zoning, planning and zoning were being ripped apart, and that zoning now needed to be not only in permit reform, but really needed to be a component, as it always has been, for planning. And so that doesn't make sense to me. The models that you all cited talked about models that integrated planning into CEDO, but not one of them, and I couldn't find a model that ripped planning and zoning apart. I really couldn't. I pride myself in trying to really make the best choices, but I make mistakes, and but I do the best I can. So I have reservations based on this. The other thing is that I look at proposals, I look at structure. Now, Director Lunderville, I really respect him, and he's a structure man too. And he came in and he did a lot with BED, and you had me. But this proposal, I'm looking at structure, and if you look at the players right now, and I'm looking at all of the players right now before me, but if you look at Scott and Mary too, who are going to go down into permit reform, they have expertise, but if they leave, when they're ready to leave, I'm concerned about, will you have that expertise if you've got someone housed down at DPW and still need to be really part of a team? Because the zoning administrator and the planning director and the department really have to work as a team and share ideas, and so I don't see that. You talked about inefficiencies that you're correcting. Well, I think you're creating inefficiencies also. And so that is really, I've given this a lot of thought, and it's not just, well, that's the way it was, and I want to keep it the way it was. I'm really trying to point out to all of you where I think this model may fail us over time. I really feel like, I'm just feeling that over time there will be a loss of expertise, and there will be a disconnect between planning and zoning that I don't think will serve us well. I think that the other thing I wanted to say is that I don't understand the need for the mayor, sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I don't understand the need for you to appoint the zoning administrator and the director of planning. I understood you explained that somewhat to me tonight, but I still don't feel like that is, that doesn't resonate for me so well. I need more time to think about that, but I'm not the planning director, the zoning administrator, and I want to thank you, Bill Ward, for making those comments. But I really don't feel that, I don't think that's in our best interest. I've always felt that I need to understand, I thought I understood from the state, because I spent a lot of time, because I helped create the Conservation Board. I tried to understand where the state saw planning and zoning and conservation, and trying to keep them separate from the political arm of the city, and so not having the mayor or appoint them to give some autonomy. So I still feel like that is something that I wanted to retain and have more time to consider and understand. I think the model that you're putting forward would work without the mayoral appointment of those two positions. So reluctantly, I'm not going to support this, and that really hurts, because I want the community to know I think that the model for permit reform, excluding the splitting of planning and zoning, is a good one. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Busher. I have Councilor Pine, Dean, Shannon, Tracy, Nodell, and Hartnett. Hartnett and Nodell.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilor
Mayor.
Pine first.
At a time like this, I think, Mr. President, sorry. At a time like this, I think it's good to remember where we've come as a city in terms of city structure and city departments. And Councilor Busher was actually Commissioner Busher before she was a Public Works Commissioner. She was on a board called the Traffic Commission, because there was a traffic department with its own department head, a streets department, a public health and safety department, a water department, and a wastewater department. And there were some activities that are under Bill's jurisdiction now that were just sort of wedged into some of those departments. And then there was recycling, which was kind of handled by streets. Anyway, we created DPW in the mid-1980s because it was a better way to deliver services to our citizens, and that's really what we're supposed to be doing, is deliver the best service for the best value we can possibly give the taxpayers and the voters of Burlington. I believe that what you've come up with is, as I said, the press, it's the Gordian knot. You've cut that Gordian knot through something just creative and innovative as far as how to deliver the services that you all are separately providing now. What I would ask is, how will you, well, I'm going to ask maybe each of you, but Bill for sure, how would you sort of define the charge or the mission of this new department, having brought three separate functions into one?
Sure. So the main charge of the department will be to make the process easier for citizens to get through the permitting process. That's as simple as I could get. It's not just locating these three entities in one place. There are a number of other things that will happen as a natural course of working side by side with one another, but this is really just the one first big step. We have started the training process already, because we recognize that regardless of what happens with the charter change, the departments need to find a better way to cooperate with one another so that it benefits the citizens. So for January 10th and 11th, the offices will be closed so that the teams will be working together with some folks who do lean training, so that we can, again, focus on our own individual processes, how they impact the other departments for the benefit of the citizen. So again, the co-location is just the simple step of putting the people together. That's a lot simpler than many of the other things that will happen after that. But throughout that, we'll be continuing to evolve as a department. And I'm not sure if Celia is still here, but we will continue to have the Citizen Advisory Committee working with us to see that some of those additional changes happen, because there are ways to streamline the process in addition to the one-stop shop by finding ways to eliminate not only the unnecessary steps, but the unnecessary permits in some cases, the duplication of effort on both staff and the steps the citizens have to take. And I think, I don't want to divert too much from your question, but I think it's an important part that may go back to what Councilor Busher was asking, that along with the benefits for the citizens, there'll be benefits for the staff members as well, because It's incredibly frustrating. Part of the reason when the mayor asked me initially, most people would say, why in the world would you say yes and potentially take that job, Bill? I do not want to continue working within this current system. It is incredibly frustrating to have to explain to citizens when they are asking for an explanation about why couldn't this have been changed sooner, because it's not under my direct control. And I think Norm and Chapin and David could say the same things about their parts. We occasionally get questions that are caught up in that and not, Counselor. And until you have a way to streamline that and someone who's accountable for answering all of that, I don't think that you're going to have a simpler answer than at least getting this first step down the road. So to go to the point about getting the planning and the zoning people still working together, yes, they will be physically separated by the distance between Pine and City Hall, but I think the natural connection between those folks, so for example, Mary and Scott, their heart is still in planning, so they will be here. They will be participating regularly in planning commission meetings, as I will. But we will not be making citizens make that trip back and forth. We will be having to do that as staff members, and we're ready to do it. Done it tonight, we do it on a number of occasions. They would be ready to do that, but we will not be asking citizens to do that anymore.
Great, and I have just one picky detail of this, and I'll be blunt about it, and that is that renters constitute 60% of our population, and they pay through their rents $100 a year for their apartment registration fee. And I want to make sure we all remember that that is intended to protect tenants from their structures and the unsafe conditions that people live in. It's intended to enforce that piece, and I'm going to watch it carefully to make sure that it keeps funding that so that it doesn't get diverted to other activities which are equally perhaps important, but I don't think tenants should be paying out of their pockets, given that rents are as high as they are. That needs to be protected. It's sacrosanct, and I hope you all will share that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. Councillor Dean, then Tracy, Hartnett, and Odell. Councillor Dean.
Thank you, President Wright. I really appreciated the discussion tonight, and I appreciate all of you coming here to help us understand and provide further detail. I think two short points I want to make. One is that, for citizens in Burlington, often they don't watch us on TV, they don't watch us on Channel 17, they don't come out here to see the council debate. They don't participate in government necessarily, but what they do is they make changes to their homes, and they end up having to, this is their experience with city government, is when they go down to get a zoning permit and then go subsequently to get a building permit. So I think for us, anything that we can do, and this step in particular, to make that process easier reflects on us as a government. And it is important, we've talked about this as a one-stop shop, a place of accountability, a place where the issue, or what we're trying to do is solve problems, not make it more difficult. Because certainly the language, even as a professional who deals with the language of the zoning code all the time, it's not easy. So when someone comes to it and hasn't spoken that language before, it seems arcane, it seems almost impossible to understand. So to have everyone there working together to make that happen is really a demonstration of our commitment to the citizens of Burlington. So I think this is the right move to take. Then the one final point I'd like to make is that this is just the start. And I think Director Ward has already made that point, that right now we're giving people the opportunity to collaborate because they will be together. And the processes and the things that have gone on in silos for so long now no longer have those silos in place. So this is just a start to get everybody together. I think that we'll see progress as people talk, as processes are worked out, and I don't see that we need to wait to make this happen. It really makes sense for this to move forward, and I'll support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dean. Councillor Tracy, then Hartnett and Odell.
Thank you, President Wright. And I just want to thank the team. As a member of the Charter Change Committee, we had a vigorous debate around a variety of aspects of this proposal, most specifically the merger of CEDO and planning. And I just want to thank the administration as well as members of the team before us for really listening to that feedback and understanding that while I think there is broad consensus around the permit reform aspect of this, that piece was much more problematic for some of us. and actually reacting to that and pulling that back and saying we can take a little longer with this. I was really worried about the potential implications that might have and the focus that might have, in addition to not dealing with some of the changes with CEDO. So I really appreciate that. I'm very much in favor of the permit reform aspects of this, going door to door during election times, year after year. We hear about this from homeowners who want to put a new window in, who want to make improvements to their homes, and having a terrible runaround. So this is crucial to achieve that. I'm not crazy about the mayor appointing the director of planning. I think that some of that has to do with my own disagreements with this particular mayor around planning and zoning, but if it was a different mayor, maybe I would see it differently. If that's my feeling, then I feel like I kind of have to give a little bit on that. And I also feel like I have to give because you all gave a significant part. I know you worked hard on getting a merger to put for us, and you pulled that back. So I got to say thank you for that, and I feel like I need to show a little bit of a give here on something that I'm not crazy about in order to do this other thing that is crucial to people that I represent. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Tracy. Councilor Hartnett.
Thank you.
And Odell.
So for someone who supported permit reform, I'm sorry to say I won't be supporting this resolution tonight, this charter change. I've really been disappointed in the whole process. You know, it sounds like we go around the table tonight and we think this is the only way that we can make it easier for the customers, which is not true at all, right? We could have done this many different ways without making some of the changes that we've done here tonight, right? And I'll start with the planner. You know, I strongly disagree. Forget about this mayor, any mayor. We have a great process, and we have a great planning commission that oversees it and has done a fabulous job. I think it's telling not one of the planning commissioners were on board with that change, right? And they're the closest to this. And unfortunately, they were kind of the last ones to be brought into this. I mean, I went to the planning commission meetings. I think we heard it at the last one. I think it was Ease Bradley that said, we should have been brought in long before this, and they should have been, to make these changes. And so I'm disappointed. And, you know, city planner to me is long-range planning. It's more than 3 years. It's more than 6 years. It's not one particular person. It's not the mayor, right? We have 3-year terms. It's years out. And so the role of the planning commission is vital. And their oversight on planning and zoning is vital. And, you know, Councilor Tracy and I might disagree a little bit with this. It's not this particular mayor. I wouldn't want any mayor to have this power. And I think it's a huge mistake. And if we're saying that's the only way that we can get permit reform, that's just not being truthful to the voters, right? And we need permit reform. There's no question about that. But, you know, not this way. What we've done is we've taken planning and zoning that has actually those two together have worked well for the city of Burlington, right? And now we've made it political, which I think is very unfortunate. And I'm disappointed. I think we have something special here in Burlington, the way we do things. I think we have totally disrespected the Planning Commission. I think it's telling that none of them are here tonight to support this. And we're talking of, you know, people like Andy Montrell and Ease Bradley, and, you know, I could go right down the list. These aren't people that haven't been involved in our city, right? These are people that give their time and effort, and when we talk about, we put, you know, the team here. Well, planning to me is the part of this team that unfortunately never bought into this, or never brought into it really until the very end. And I find that to be very unfortunate. And really what I see this is a power grab by the administration, which I think is unfortunate. That's the only way that we can get permit reform done in Burlington. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hartnett. Councilor Nodell, and then I think we, again, may be ready for a vote.
Thank you, President Wright. I'm going to be a little bit redundant, so it's just a heads up. But since I was on the resolutions, I think I was the chair, you reminded me I was the chair of the ad hoc committee with yourself and Councilor Mason. When we worked with now CAO Beth Anderson was doing the heavy lifting with kind of managing a ton of information. And I still have, I wish I'd brought it tonight because I do keep everything. Just these huge, mega worksheets with a ton of information, analyzing all the workflow and all the processes that people go through. So there has been excellent work done on this. I think some of us had an intuitive feeling from the beginning that you were not going to solve the problems without setting up a one-stop shop. And I think that conclusion got verified the more and more we got into it. The stories that we hear from constituents who trying to do make very simple improvements to their homes. I have a constituent who had a story about, what it took to put a fence up at his property. And I think he said he made, 7 trips in total, multiple trips to multiple offices, and got multiple answers to the same question because people didn't quite know the rules in other places, misunderstood. So I think if we don't integrate zoning with the permitting and inspection processes functions, we won't be fixing that very core problem and the problem that all of us have heard time and time again over the years. We won't be fixing it. So change is hard. If I'm on the planning commission and I'm losing the ability to hire and fire the director, I'm not going to be happy. That's just a reality, and I understand that they're not happy. But I have for a long, long time thought that we needed mayoral appointment of the planning commission. We've had great planning directors, we've got great planning, but in a way we've been lucky because accountability is just not there when there's a citizen commission that is the hiring and firing entity. There can be great people, and we have had great people, but it's a weak accountability link, and we might not always be lucky, and we will win. It's a better system to have that, all the department heads coming up to the mayor, and that accountability is right there. For when things go wrong, you have a way to address it. Right now, if we have a disconnect between what the elected officials think should happen and what the planning commission thinks should happen, then we've got a big problem. And the planning commission can basically block things that the elected officials think should happen. So if we want to talk, we've been talking a lot about democracy tonight. I think this is more democratic. I don't see it as a power grab. I see it as making our system more in Burlington, more democratic, more accountable to elected officials. So thanks for all the great work. I've got 100% confidence that this is going to work. We've got a great team, and people have given up. Individuals with responsibility have given up some stuff in order to make this happen, and that usually does not happen in organizations. And I'm thinking of David White, and I'm thinking of people especially, but he's not the only one who's giving up status quo, who's giving up a system that they know in order to do something better and to learn some new things. So I think it's a great night, and I'll be supporting this strong. I'm supporting it strongly tonight, and obviously in March as well. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Councilor Nodell, and we're going to be ready for a vote, but I am going to recognize David White for a last comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wholeheartedly agree with Councilor Nodell's comments, and just want to be sure that the council is clear. And my response to Councilor Dang's question about the Planning Commission's position on this, while the commission itself did not support the planning director's appointment, as the planning director, I very much do support the mayoral appointment, really for all of the reasons that Councilor Nodell just pointed out. And one other point also to be sure that everybody is clear on, that it's the Planning Commission appointed by you who makes recommendations around the creation of the city's master plan and the zoning ordinance and the ordinances that implement that master plan. So that independence, if you will, role of the commission and their statutory responsibilities as a planning commission remain completely unchanged, irregardless of whether or not they have an appointed staff person or not. So just to make that point.
Thank you, Director White. Bill Ward for another quick.
And I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't point out, you have the chair, Celia Daly, is here from the Citizens Advisory Committee. I want to just say that the Planning Commission, I believe, was included at the beginning, and they were part of that committee and part of Celia's committee. A member was asked to be a part of that and had volunteered to participate in that. So I don't know what he brought back to the Planning Commission or didn't bring back to the Planning Commission, but there was a member of the Planning Commission who was part of that Citizen Advisory Committee that was part of the resolution that this council voted for.
Thank you, Director Ward. And as we go to the vote, I just want to again thank the team, thank the Citizen Advisory Committee also for the work that they did. And as well, Councilor Nodell mentioned this, but Councilor Nodell for chairing the ad hoc committee on permit reform. We met when the resolution came out last year, then we met again this year. And the first meeting, we learned about the big issue with open permits and a number of other things. So thank you, Councilor Nodell, Councilor Mason, for serving on that committee as well. And Brian Lowe, I hope that you are at home taking care of yourself. And I know that you're watching the meeting. There can't be anything else on TV that you'd rather be watching than this. And with that, would the clerk's office please call the roll?
Counselor Bushor?
No.
Counselor Dean?
Yes.
Counselor Jang?
Yes.
Counselor Hartnett?
No.
Counselor Nodell?
Yes.
Counselor Mason?
Yes.
Counselor Paul?
Yes.
Counselor Pine?
Yes.
Counselor Roof?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
Counselor Tracy?
Yes.
City Council President Wright?
Yes.
10 to 2. I'm sorry, 10 ayes, 10 ayes and 2 nays.
Thank you. So that passes 10 to 2. Thank you very much. And that will now move to the next stage, the important hoop passed through tonight, and it will move to the public hearings on the 22nd and the 28th of January. Thanks very much. Item 5.5 is a resolution receiving and referring the recommendation of the Joint Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee and Ordinance Committee regarding institutional zoning. Excuse me, I've got that wrong. Councilor Pine, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm screwing those words up.
I move to
Inclusionary zoning, I should have said.
I move to approve the resolution, waive the reading, and request the floor back after a second.
Seconded by Councilor Nodell. Councilor Pine.
So I want to just address a few points of what this committee, which was a joint committee of the City Council, two committees meeting together. I think we got quite a bit done fairly quickly once we were able to get together, and the Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee with the Ordinance Committee was tasked by this council with looking at the recommendations that came from an inclusionary zoning working group that met at the council's behest over a period of about 6 months. And I'm going to ask Councilor Mason to chime in on this brief presentation. I'll try and keep it brief given the hour. And Councilor Nodell, who served as the chair of the inclusionary zoning working group for that period, also I'd like to have her add if needed. Rather than go through all of the recommendations, I think I'll explain what I believe is our next step in the process. We had a public hearing last week. It was very sparsely attended, and that's okay because this process is going to go on for quite some time. And the reason why is because the ordinance-related items on our list will go to the Planning Commission. They will discuss, debate, draft their own ordinance changes to achieve the recommendations, and the Ordinance Committee will then take those back under consideration and go through their process. The other items which don't go to the Planning Commission will be referred to the Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee, and we will undertake a process to go through those and review each one and see what we can do to implement the ideas. So there's a lot of material in here, and it's probably not a great use of time to go through it all, but I wanted to ask Councilor Mason as co-chair if he has stuff he'd like to add to this. That's basically it.
Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Wright, and thank you, Councilor Pine, for that introduction. I would just like to start by thanking both Councilors Pine and Odell for their efforts in getting us to this point. It was very apparent to those of us who joined the committee late that much work had gone into this, and also thank CETO staff for their work as well. The only thing I would add, and I'd like to actually make a formal amendment, is I should actually back up. Is the motion on the floor right now?
The motion is on the floor.
Okay. There was some question, I did check, and about report back, sort of what's the next step in terms of timing. I did reach out to the Planning Commission chair over the weekend and sort of receive back they don't meet again until January. The timing that I received back from the chair was that, they would prioritize this over other matters, but with their process, he expected, working with staff, they would not be able to report back until probably the end of March. So, I think I will make a motion to sort of add at the end of line 35, excuse me, with a requested report back date no later than April 1st of 2019. And with that, I'll stop on the amendment and ask for a second.
What was the date again, Councilor Mason?
April 1 of 20. I know we don't have a meeting, but they said end of March, so I'm just going April 1, 2019.
Okay, so the amendment is to add that at the end of line 35.
That is correct.
Request report back by April 1st, 2019.
Yes.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Nodell. I would love to do that as a friendly amendment, but I guess we can't. So we'll have all those in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And Councilor Mason, did you still want the floor?
No, I will yield the floor.
Okay, Councilor Nodell?
Thank you, President Wright. I want to express my appreciation for the strong leadership of Councilors Pine and Mason. I really didn't think that we would get our work done. This was our deadline, and we got it done. So it was a real pleasure to work with them, and also Councilors Busher, Roof, and Pine, and Paul. Am I missing anybody? I think that's it. And just if people do remember, we had a before we referred the working group report to the joint committee, there was a presentation on the working group's recommendations. And basically, we have basically adopted those recommendations. We've improved them in some ways with the help of the mayor, made some suggestions that were really helpful. But essentially, what the working group came up with has remained intact. And I just wanted to make a comment based on what we heard at Public Forum about, what's an affordable rent and so forth, just to kind of remind everybody that inclusionary zoning is about requiring developers of new projects to include certain number of affordable apartments or homes within their development. And affordability is based on what's affordable to a household at 65% of area median income. So if you're at 65% of area median income and you're spending no more than 30% of your income on your rent, that is what drives the rents in the inclusionary zoning ordinance. That has been the historic standard, and that is preserved. We have not weakened that in any way. But inclusionary zoning is not a way to meet the housing needs of people at 50% of median income, people who are trying to make it on minimum wage incomes. We address those housing needs in other ways in the city of Burlington, including through Champlain Housing Trust, through the Public Housing Authority, through social housing of different kinds. Inclusionary zoning is not the tool that serves people who are very, very limited income, but it meets a need for affordable housing that is not being met by the market. So I just wanted to clarify that. I think there are some distinctive aspects to the proposal. But in case there are questions from other counselors, I'll just leave it at that. And as Councilor Pine said, there's going to be lots of opportunity to talk in detail. But I'll just say one more thing, which is I do think that the idea that is coming forward to us includes some proposals that will, I think, spread the benefits of inclusive neighborhoods to the entire city. And I think that is important for us to do as a city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nodell. Councilor Pine, and then Councilor Busher. And Councilor Jang?
Real quick, I know we need to hurry up, but I wanted to just say that the comment at public forum was a helpful one that pointed out that the council, the recommendation to lower the payment in lieu, so if a developer comes in and their project is small enough, they're able to get a payment in lieu option. And the reason why is we heard over and over again that really small projects have a really hard time making it work. They don't pencil out, if you will, and we were told basically they get abandoned in the cutting room floor all the time. And a particular developer was pretty upfront with us that he avoided the ordinance repeatedly by building very large units in order to build fewer units in his development, so he didn't have to comply, and he was always able to do that, and it didn't feel right, but we heard that very clearly. So that's not a good thing. He was building 3- and 4-bedroom units, which cater to primarily students, surprise. And he otherwise would have built 1-bedroom units, which wouldn't, but inclusionary requirement was onerous enough that it pushed that developer into that market condition. So we want to avoid unintended consequences, and that's why we felt that taking the payment in lieu for smaller projects as a matter of right was a good thing. That money going into the Housing Trust Fund is leveraged by other dollars, gets deeper, more affordable units at a lower level. So we reach folks that are way below the inclusionary income levels as well.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Councilor Busher, and then Councilor Jang.
So Councilor Pine referenced one of my points because I also heard the public speak about that. But I just wanted to say that there's a lot in this report, and I feel that people should look at it if they have the time, but there'll be a process, as was identified, that you can attend the CD&R committee, or you can go to planning, or planning will refer back to the council, and then it will have life in the ordinance committee. So there's an opportunity for everyone to get involved in the next steps. The payment in lieu option, which came from the working group, I thought was incredibly creative. And what I really liked about it is that if indeed you're a developer and you're building housing in an area that is devoid of affordable housing units, that you can't opt out. You can't say, no, I'm not going to build them, I'm just going to put money into a fund, because then you would once again just have pockets of the community that had affordable or inclusionary zoning units and other areas that were devoid. I think that this, as Councilor Nodell said, this proposal spreads out the inclusionary zoning units throughout the city, and I think it makes it a healthier community and a more diverse community, and it really speaks to the spirit of what inclusionary zoning is all about. It was on the table when I got elected to the city council, you know, black hair. So it's been around for a long time, and I think that, and so the proof is the fact that it works. It needed to be beefed up, and I really respect the people that came together, the housing experts that came together to advise, and the committee that I served on. It was so educational. I have to thank all the counselors for helping to educate me in this process. It really was so beneficial. Anyways, thank you very much.
So we now have a new standard for how long ago an issue has been around. If Councilor Busher had black hair, it's been around for a long time. Councilor Jang.
Sorry. So yeah, my question is about the process, and before that, thank you for all that are involved. I think, you know, the first exclusionary zoning report was great, well written, and this one I haven't delved into it yet. because I know there are so many next steps. But through the process, have you consulted any developers about this and asked their thoughts? And also, when do you think this whole work will be final, like in terms of years? Thank you.
Councilor Pine, can you address that?
Sure. We had 3 active developers on the working group, and they participated in the discussion. We heard a little bit more from some of the nonprofit housing developers, but also from for-profit developers. And I'll be honest, some of the developers would like to see this just be done, just get rid of it entirely. There are definitely developers who'd like to do that. That doesn't have a lot of political support, so it seemed like it was better to figure out how to make it more workable, and I think it's a practical solution, and it's based on national best practices as well. Yeah. Is there a second part to that? Oh, boy, I think Councilor Mason pointed out that the Planning Commission could report back at the end of March. Then it's Councilor Mason's going to crack the whip on if he's still chairing the ordinance committee by then, I guess.
Well, just to be, sorry to jump in, we have, council first reading, then I'm assuming referred to ordinance committee hearings, back to council for second reading. So there's much additional process. I hear that this is a priority and the ordinance committee will do it, but I'm at a loss to know whether that's 1 meeting, 2 meetings, or more, so.
Continue, Councilor Chang.
Yes. How do we ensure the continuity of the same team to keep on getting this done? Knowing that, committees change, people change, but how do we, knowing that this timeline will kind of start April 1st?
And Councilor Jang, do you have others? Only because I don't want to keep going back and forth. Do you have others, or is that the final one?
Yeah, sometimes responses ask, you have other questions, but I can stop there.
Okay. Only because I want to get them all out there, and then Councilor Pine can respond to all of them. Councilor Pine?
Not really sure that I'm the person to answer that question.
Oh.
I think what Councilor Jang was asking, is how do we ensure that we maintain forward momentum if there's going to be changes? Like, isn't there a sense of urgency? I think there is, and I think that would be ideal. We do have the reality of the fact that there is an election in March, and there's no guarantee who will be back in April.
Good point. Good point. Councilor Nodell, did you want to give a brief response?
I would just offer that I think that this resolution in front of us does forward some very specific recommendations and ask the Planning Commission to recommend it. So we're not inviting the Planning Commission to come up with their own proposal. No. We are saying, here, we'd like you to work with this and give us your thoughts on how we can best implement it and get it back. And then, so I think that we're setting the policy direction. Even if the people change, I think we're pretty clearly setting a direction here tonight, President.
Thank you, Councilor Nodell. All set, Councilor Jang? Thank you. Councilor Dean, and then I think we're ready for a vote.
Thank you, President. Right. I wonder if I might direct a question to Councilor Nodell. I think one of the real positive aspects that we're seeing in the proposal that's before us is the payment in lieu and the ability of then all projects, even at the small scale, to contribute to the Housing Trust Fund. And the Housing Trust Fund then is our leverage, our piece that we can use to attack some of the issues that we have at the lower AMI levels. So I guess my question is, at what point do we, it looks as though, if we're successful and we see more funds coming, or more support for the Housing Trust Funds, there will be more money to work with. Are we going to take a look at the process of how we allocate those funds? Is there going to be some kind of formal understanding of how additional monies will be allocated and shared?
Councilor Nodell, can you respond?
I'll take a stab at it, and we'll see if Councilors Pine or Mason have any thoughts. So we didn't really address the Housing Trust Fund's operations in our work. If there are significant new funds that go into the Housing Trust Fund, I think that's an opportunity for us to, have a discussion about what's the best way to use those funds.
Anyone else need to weigh in? All right. Councilor Dean, are you satisfied?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, President Wright. I just wanted to briefly thank the committee, the big committee, for its hard work on this. I do think this is one of the most important housing reforms that we need to take. It's going to result in more permanently affordable housing. It's going to result in more housing for people of all income levels. I think a lot of hard work has gone into it. It would have been very easy for this process to go off the rails, but this committee, working with the housing advocates, has worked to make sure that didn't happen, and I look forward to doing the administration's part to see that the process moves as quickly as possible from here and that we get this done. This has real on-the-ground impacts. It will impact the upcoming construction season, I believe, if we get this done in a timely way, and I hope we can stay focused on it. Thanks, President Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's go to the vote. All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good work. That passes unanimously. Item number 5.06 is ratification of a tentative agreement with AFSCME, City Attorney Blackwood, and I know City Attorney Blackwood sent out an email to the council a few days ago, and so I'll turn the floor over to City Attorney Blackwood.
Yes, I provided the council with a copy of the contract that we're asking you to approve, and there's a resolution before you to approve it. If you would like to ask questions about it, I would suggest that we go into executive session to do that in case you tell me that you want me to negotiate something different, and premature disclosure would negatively affect the city. But if there aren't any questions, this contract is I have reviewed the terms of this contract with you in prior sessions, and the Board of Finance also reviewed it and has recommended approval of this.
Thank you, City Attorney Blackwood. I'm going to recognize Councilor Nodell.
President Wright, I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Busher. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are back on the agenda to item number 8 and then 9 with the mayor. So the City Council President, and I talked earlier, just real briefly.
Point of order, President Wright.
I'm sorry, President Nodell. It has almost hit 10:30. I thought I was going to get mine out and then.
Oh, sorry.
But go ahead.
Okay. I wanted you to have plenty of time.
There's only 2 items left. Councilor Nodell, I recognize you for a motion.
I move to suspend the rules to continue our work to complete items 8 and 9.
Moved by Councilor Nodell, seconded by Councilor Roof. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of suspension of our rules, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Councilor Nodell. So just to conclude my remarks tonight, I want to thank the council. Councilor Jang, thank you for your comments earlier. Very much appreciated in helping move us forward. And I want to thank the whole council tonight. I know that I'm going home feeling better and sleeping better tonight. I think that we did a better job showing how it can be done. And I think we had good, vigorous debates. We had disagreements. And well, maybe I should we had disagreements that were passionate, and we had I think we found some compromise during a break, which I think was good, and I appreciate Councilor Tracy's asking for that break, and I think we worked through that. What I want to announce to the council is I want to say 2 things, and if anybody, happy belated birthday to Sharon Busher, whose birthday was Saturday. Happy. Councilor Nodell, you want to lead us in singing? I saw you do it at St. John's one night. And Councilor Tracy, happy birthday tomorrow. So, happy birthday. And if any other
They're
councilor...
almost twins.
Yes, they're almost the same age, too. If any councilor has a birthday that's coming up, let me know. I feel bad if I'm missing it. But the last announcement that I have is, and again, my apologies to councilors, because I've been talking about the implicit bias training for a while, and it is important, and frankly, it's on me that we haven't done it earlier. And we do have a commitment now from Curtis Reed to do the implicit bias training. I will have to call him again tomorrow. I thought he was going to have given me some availability, some dates for availability for him that I will then get to the council, and we can pick a date that, I hope we can find one that everybody can make. I think there will be some other efforts within the administration to do something else, but for the council, Curtis Reed will do that, and I will be getting to you as soon as I, hopefully very soon, like tomorrow, with some dates that we can move forward on that. So that is not connected to anything else. It was in the works, and I just frankly had not gotten to it, but that is not a sign of that it was not very important because it is. So we will be moving forward with that. And that concludes my remarks. And Mr. Mayor, would you please bring us home?
Yes, President Wright. Thank you. I think I will be sleeping better tonight as well, as will, I think, pretty much the whole administration team, in that with this tonight, we conclude, I think, a really intense period of work. And I want to share my appreciation for the team that has worked so hard, and appreciation with the council for working through many substantive issues over the last couple of months, and I know we still have more work to do, but this was a key deadline tonight, and to have been able to take decisive action on the business personal property tax, on the Moran, the new Moran concept, on the DID tonight and permit reform was really, and then as well on this issue that we've been working on for a couple of years with the inclusionary zoning changes, is just, I think, one of the most productive periods that I've had the privilege to be involved with over the last 6.5 years. And I just want to thank the women sitting next to me here and behind, and all the guys who went home early after the last vote. It's been a lot of pressure, and thank the council for your work. There is one big thing that is still consuming a big part of the city team, which is Highlight. Let me add my voice to the calls to get the word out about Highlight over the next 2 weeks. The event is, of course, 2 weeks from tonight. Get your pink bracelets. They are a deal this year. It is only $10 for adult tickets and $5 for child tickets, which is substantially lower than the price had been for the first night celebrations in recent years. And we don't want that payment to be a barrier for anyone who would like to be involved. There's lots of ways to get bracelets without a fee as well, if that's necessary. We do need to get the word out. This is something different this year, and I think we can do that over the final couple weeks here. And I think it's really going to be exciting. I think this is really a new, for anyone who hasn't sort of seen the news, this is a BCA-led effort in partnership with Signal Kitchen, which is a very creative arts organization within the city, and then the ideas for most of the acts have been crowdsourced from different groups working around the city. I think it's really going to be a memorable night, and we want to make sure everyone knows about it, and we'll see you all on December 31st for a great end of 2018 and kickoff of what I'm sure is going to be a great 2019. So thank you, President Wright, for the
Thank you,
chance to share those remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as we adjourn tonight's meeting, just happy holidays to everybody on the City Council. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year in 2019, and also best wishes to everybody watching on Channel 17 tonight. And motion to adjourn by Councilor Dean and seconded by Councilor Shannon. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you.